Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilors have already been in session with a closed session for a while, and we just took a very short break between at about 10 after 6. So everybody's scrambling to get back on.
George, it's John Jackson. I don't think my name came up, but I'm here.
Oh, thank you. I was, yes, I was in fact expecting you. Thanks, John. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that's been missed, Mr. Mayor? I don't know.
Councillor McEwen, I believe we're still waiting for.
Joining the meeting.
Joe McEwen. Oh, thank you. Welcome back. So we are all of the councillors are present, and I believe all of the staff who are intending to join us for this meeting are here. So I'll call the meeting to order and welcome everybody. Once again, we have had our closed session already, and so we're starting, if you like, in the middle of the approved agenda. Let me start by asking if there is any, once again, if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the part of councillors. Okay, hearing none, thank you. I'll let the record show that there is none declared. All right. Next item is to approve the open session agenda. I'd like a mover and seconder, please, for the agenda. Be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented.
I'll move, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Joining the meeting.
I'll second. I believe I heard Councillor Woods, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, the agenda for the open session is approved.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, before we do that, I thought I got an email that there was going to be some additions today from the clerk. Wasn't there an email sent out?
There was a request, yeah, thanks for reminding me. There was a request for a delegation for this meeting from Robin Plum, and he did submit it in writing. I don't hear him that he's with us, but I had spoken to him earlier in the week and told him that there wasn't an opportunity for delegations at this meeting because of the amount of material that we had on our
Joining
agenda.
The meeting.
And
Kathy Lamb.
And so so it did, and of course it wasn't on the agenda when the agenda was circulated. It was received in Friday afternoon after the agenda had been made public. So,
sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry
that's
to
why it's not here.
It is Robin Plum, and I am on the call.
Well, again, I think I made it pretty clear to you when we talked on during the week that there wouldn't be an opportunity at this meeting for delegations. There are no delegations.
Well,
Yeah, and I
Mr.
understood that to be the case, but then I also understood that the process would be to go through the clerk's office, so I then did that subsequently.
Yes, and we did see your request. Unfortunately, it can't be accommodated in this particular meeting.
Mr. Mayor, with all, Councillor Lamb, with all due respect, Mr. Plum has filled out the form. I don't know that you can make a unilateral decision to suppress him coming forward with a delegation. He's filled out the form properly. Councillor Woods and I were into the office on Friday, and because Mr. Plum had contacted me, and we were directed that if he should, put the form in correctly, that it would come to council. We're going to spend more time debating whether it should be on the agenda than if we actually let Mr. Plum say what he wants to say. And I think another factor was when Mr. Plum spoke to you, he's relayed to me that you also made the decision that when we set a meeting for the pool, that he will not be able to talk at that either because he's not a ratepayer. And I just don't think all these decisions should be made, unilaterally by you. Like, I mean,
all right, Councillor Lamb, if you wish, you can move an amendment to the agenda, and I will put it to council for a vote. If it is seconded, we will put it to council for a vote as to whether we want to hear him. I was trying to do the best to give him a realistic indication of what I thought would likely be council's decision.
Sure. Well, I'll make that amendment.
Is there a seconder?
Well, second, Councillor Woods.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, then let me just I need to get a paper to record this. Amendment to agenda. All right. So it was moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews?
No.
Oh, fuck. Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor McEwen?
No. That was no.
Thank you. Councillor Woods?
Yes.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Excuse me, but whoever is... No. Whoever uttered that remark, I'm asking you to leave the meeting. You are supposed, everyone except councilors are supposed to have their microphones muted and keep them muted until we get to a point in the meeting where the public is permitted to speak. And outbursts like that will not be tolerated. It's completely unacceptable to make remarks like that in a public meeting. The motion is defeated, and Mr. Plum will not have an opportunity to present his delegation at this meeting.
All right. I thank you for your time. I respect your decision. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Leaving the meeting.
Robin Plum.
So the next item that we have is to move into the committee of the whole to deal with this is our second review of the draft operating and capital budget for the year 2021.
Mr. Mayor, it's Clerk Henry. Could I suggest that we do the one matter arising from closed, which was the adoption of the minutes, and then put that item to bed?
Yes, you could. As it happens, I just happened to.
I just didn't want to lose it.
No, thank you. Yeah, we did get that. We did not finish everything that we had to do in close, but we did get that item done. So, thank you for reminding me. That is item 4.1. So we'll go back and pick that up. If I can get a mover and seconder to approve the closed session minutes for October 19th. That's presented.
I'll move, Councilor McEwen.
Thank you, Councilor McEwen. Seconded by?
I'll second.
Okay, I heard Councilor Gorman Matthews. Thank you. Any discussion? Well, there can't really be any discussion. All those in favor? Is anyone opposed? Sorry. I think we've already discussed them and closed, so. All right, those minutes are approved. Thank you. Now that will take us to
Joining the meeting.
Chuck LaRose.
That will take us to Committee of the Whole. If we can have a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it, Councilor Lamb.
Thank you. And that is 6:45 p.m. Thank you, Councilor Woods. Councilor Lamb, Councilor Woods. And I assume that everyone is agreeable to go into Committee of the Whole. All right, thank you very much. At this point, then, we can go into the body of the report on the agenda on the budget.
Condo living room.
Okay, turning the condo living room on.
Once again, can I ask everybody to please mute your phones if you're carrying on other conversations? I think what I'd like to do is invite our treasurer, Pat Allen, to introduce a report. And Pat, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you can indicate to us what items were changed in the report since the last version that we saw at the last meeting.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the last meeting, we have made a few adjustments. So I'll just point out the ones that I did adjust for. Page 10 of 233, we had a donations number of 8,900. It's now 6,400, which is line 16,122. And that will be covered in a report coming up soon in the meeting. I've added descriptions of what revenues offset some expenses. In the fire department, page 11 of 233, line 16,230, we do receive an orange grant for helipad snow plowing of 3.5. Carrying on down to roads, page 14 of 233. Account 16,343, there was discussion around roadside brushing. The budget was $12,000. It's now moved to $20,000. Road grants. There was a suggestion. Page 15 of 233. Item 16,440-4. That 3% be added to the budget, so it's now $83,749. But I have a question to council. Is that just an increase to the budget or an increase to the payout?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I had suggested this, and I'm suggesting that the formula for the roads go up by 3%. So in essence, people, if they got $100 last year, they would get $103 this year.
Okay, so you've clarified the intent. Is there, maybe we should stop there. Is there any discussion on that particular item?
I can give you the calculation. It is now $337.18 per kilometer, and it's now $51.25 per household. So that would be increased by 3%.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that? Because actually, I think the last time we did this, we required that council agree on what those are the X and that's the X and Y in the formula, correct?
That's correct.
And I think we wanted to make sure that was the council agreed as to what those particular numbers are. Then it seems the last time we had a table with a list of what they had been historically since the program was introduced. So can you just give me those, if you don't mind, can you just give me those numbers again? X was how much? Because that's not in the report, right, anymore?
No. So the kilometers per kilometers is $337.18, and the per household is yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Per household is $51.25.
Per household. And those are the numbers that are those have been now increased by 3% from what they were last year. Do we understand that correctly?
No. So that's what it was. If I added 3%, it would now be $347.30 per kilometer and $52.79 per household.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So again, so that's 2020. This is 2021. Is there any discussion on this item before we move on?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment if I could, Councilor McEwen.
Go ahead.
Just to note that there was a surplus.
Joining the meeting.
Kathy?
There was a surplus of only $1,922, so it was running pretty close to what was on the 2020 budget, approved budget. So this adds another 3% to that, which is another $2,550 to our budget. So just for the record, so people know that. Very worthwhile programs, being very well used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about this? Okay, sorry to interrupt you, Pat. I did realize that there was some uncertainty as to what the intent of that amendment was, so I'm glad we got that. Please carry on.
Yeah, no problem. If we carry on, I've added the Parry Sound Industrial Park. Now, all I've been able to find out that you're correct, it is to do with the lagoon, but I have not been able to uncover the calculation behind it, so I'm still researching that calculation. So we are sitting at a budget last year of $14,534. Actual was $14,446, and they've given me a number of $14,590. So I'm on page 16 of 233.
Page 16.
Parry Sound Industrial Park. I'm sorry, is the name. Parry Sound Industrial Park.
At the bottom.
Okay, right at the bottom. I see that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll keep going if there are no questions. Please, if you do have a question about any of these, as Pat mentions them, please take the opportunity to jump in and ask.
Sure. Page 17 of 233, there was no change. No change on page 18. Page 19, I've just added that the after-school program, there is an offset of revenue. Same with the recreation, there is an offset of revenue as well. And that was it. So we're down to a deficit of $65,598. I'm on page 20 of 233. I'm currently working with the auditors. I am anticipating a surplus of approximately around $200,000. They still have to confirm with that. If I carry on to the capital, we talked about sure, page 23 of 233, capital. The server was at $20,000, and we've adjusted it to $25,000. I've added the fire department, the new rescue number 1 of $4,000. We have eliminated $8,000 for hazardous tree removal. We have eliminated $12,000 for the sea containers at the landfill sites. I do have a question. The sunshade on page 24 of 233. We are still sitting at $25,000. I did not hear back whether that was adjusted.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Pat, I think I thought we talked about turning that into $10,000 from $25,000.
Okay, no, we didn't, but I can certainly change that down to 10.
Yeah, as I recall the discussion, we thought that was a lot of money for a sunshade.
Okay, I can certainly change that to 10. The other was the nursing station. The $80,000 was moved from 2021 over to 2022. So the full $700,000 is now sitting in 2022.
Excuse me, where is that, Pat?
That is page 24 of 233 at the bottom.
Oh, I see it. Yes. Okay.
Could I ask a question on that, please?
Go ahead.
Pat, could you just clarify? I believe we were going to reserve $80,000 in 21, and now we're looking at some possible grant outcomes, and I guess that is the reason, if I'm not correct, I'm correct, we're moving it over into 2022, and I guess secondly, that is probably when we would get into going for the project to tender and such in 2022. Could you just comment on the change from last meeting to this one, please?
I think it was decided that the $80,000, I mean, I could most certainly add that into the reserve, but I think it was decided that because nothing would really happen until 2022, we would just push it all off into the capital expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
I could jump in here, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
So since the last budget discussion, well, firstly, Council's aware of the ISIP grant for $100,000, which we applied for, and we have some confidence that that will be approved and applied to the nursing station. But since the last budget meeting, I've been in touch with NOHFC about a funding opportunity, and they've been actually they're excited about the nursing station because one, it's what they call a regional facility in that it serves more than just the municipality that's making the application. And they've given me some confidence to believe that a funding application would pay for 75% up to a maximum of $500,000 for a facility, as long as there are other municipalities that are participating financially. And they were not clear on how much financially they would have to participate, but it didn't appear to be that it needed to be very much money at all, just that it was being supported by other municipalities. So I'm still getting the details, but I have, at this point, I have a great deal of confidence that this particular project ticks all the boxes in regard to this particular funding opportunity. So with that in mind, it occurred to me that we could budget for everything in 2022 for the nursing station, $700,000, maybe a bit more if we revisit a couple of things. And we'll know more about both of those funding opportunities by mid-year, and then we'll be able to budget what we need to budget next year after we know about the funding opportunity. So it didn't make sense to me and to levy for $80,000 simply to go into reserve if we don't think we're going to need it. So that was the thought process and the reasoning behind moving that $80,000 into 2022 and out of 2021.
Joining the meeting.
And it took a bit of the pressure. It took a bit of pressure off the budget.
Whoever just joined the meeting, please mute your phone. Thank you. A question, Madam CAO, do you foresee any need for funds for any design work or consulting work or any of that sort of thing in 2021?
I don't at this point, although there may be some, but I expect that the ISIP grant, that $100,000, will more than cover anything that needs to be done. The design work is substantially complete. The expectation, if the project is approved, is that we would go to tender in early January, or well, mid-January, by the time we're all back from Christmas and New Year's, and be awarded in March with an early April or May start. So that would be the timing of the project. And under the ISIP grant, it has to be completed by December 2022, which is absolutely doable for a small project like that.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions about this particular item? If not, Pat, do you want to continue, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I make the adjustments in the
Joining the
capital
meeting
for the sunshade,
Very
so
sharp.
if I draw your attention to page 20, so towards the bottom, it's the deficit number that I'm looking at. So if I make the adjustment for the sunshade, we're really at about a $50,500 deficit. So my prediction of surplus is around 200. So what I may do then I would alternate the reserve funding to make it whole. So my only other question was revenues, page 25 of 233. I haven't built in an increase in tax rates. I think with the surplus we will be okay, but I'll need council approval on that. And I think that's it as far as we're confirmed on the capital spending. I will be able to probably about a week confirm the surplus, and I think that will cover off the deficit that we're looking for. So I would plan to adjust the the reserve money that I would be taking out by that difference.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions about that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen.
Go ahead, Councilor McEwen.
Okay, just a question on the taxation part of it there. What really is the effect of what you're asking us to do? It's compensate for the fact that the rates haven't been accounted for in this past year. Is that correct?
So all I have built in, because MPACT has not gone forward with their reevaluation, The only amount I've built in is an estimate for new builds, because there's no new reassessment going into this. So I'm just trying to confirm, is there a rate increase, which equates to approximately 27,000 as 1%. Is there a rate increase?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at this
Leaving the
stage of the
meeting.
game, what you're telling us, you don't have you sounds like, Patricia just left, did she? I think that was hitting the hang up button instead of the mute button. Oh God, the question that I was going to ask her was, it was just to confirm that she's saying I don't have a number in terms of what impact at this point, what impact this would have on the actual tax rate for 2021. That's my interpretation of what she just said. I'm sorry, we're going to just have to wait a minute and see if she comes back on here.
Joining the meeting.
Sorry. Patricia Allen. I'm sorry, I kicked myself
I
out.
We figured as much. What I was when you exited, I was in the process of just confirming that what you just said about the tax rate was that you weren't in a position at this point to tell us if there actually was a proposed rate increase for 2021 or not. Did I hear that correctly, or?
Correct. I think we'll be okay. Yes. Without an increase. Yes.
Okay. So did you have any more items that you wanted to point out to us in this report?
No, I think that covers all the changes from the last meeting.
All right, I will.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. No, I was just going to invite some more questions or comments. Go ahead.
I have some questions. So, at the last meeting, and if I guess coming later in the meeting is the roads needs study, and I had mentioned how, and I still think it's true, how we're in terms of our gravel roads, we're not investing enough in them. And we're only over the next 10 years doing about 10% of about $1 million, when it would take $11 million to rehabilitate our gravel roads. So I don't see any changes there. So I guess that's a question that I have. If what we say is in the report, well, because of budget limitations, we're not going to improve our gravel roads, and we do 10% of what's technically required, and then we talk about there's no tax increase. That is just sort of pushing the ball down the road, and eventually that work has to be done in some form. So, what is the plan to put more money into our gravel roads this year and every year for the next 10 years is a question.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like a question for David Creaser or our CAO. I know David is on the call. David, if you would like to try and answer.
If I may, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And that was an excellent question by Councillor Lamb. Thank you very much for bringing that up. There is definitely a need between what we should be spending and what we actually spend. And at this point, I wasn't sure what the appetite was, being that I haven't been here long enough to really see where the money's best spent. Being the first budget, I was hoping to not jump in and make any dramatic recommendations at this point. But I do appreciate that there is a need, and we are kicking the ball down the road as far as the need goes. The price of gravel is not going to get any cheaper, and the price of hauling the gravel is not going to get any cheaper. We're not doing ourselves any favors by putting this off. But if there is an ability to increase that, we're working on that at our end with our pit assessment and feasibility study. That will help us down the road, we hope, with favorable results. But as for this year, there would need to be more money available to do more work on the roads to address that shortfall with our.
Well, that's just my point. A 0% increase, and we're kicking the ball down the road and not putting the money we should be putting into our gravel roads. So why wouldn't we be putting money into a reserve for our gravel roads or something? Because in my world, if you say 0% this year, and then you hit people with a much bigger increase next year because you're going to put money into the gravel roads, I don't know why we don't start a reserve for it now, unless I'm misunderstanding the roads needs study. So, to me, we're putting a lot of money into tar and chip roads and that sort of thing, when 78% of our roads are gravel. And the problems that I see in our gravel roads is it's just not a factor of putting gravel down and grading it. There are some other issues in that $11 million that we should be addressing. And I'm not a roads guy, so I mean, cut out ditching or whatever needs to or fixing areas with rock and things like that are things that need to be done. And I think we've not addressed it for so many years. I think the time has come that we need to address it. And I think that's a big, big amount of money. And I'm not happy with just pushing the ball down the road for a year or two, right? Anyway, that's a comment I have, and I guess we're going to discuss this a little more when we get to the roads needs study. I have other questions. $16,000 is in for the Grange. It was in last year, and it's in again this year. I mean, what are the plans for the Grange, and what are we spending $16,000 on the Grange? What's that in the capital budget?
Go ahead and answer if you can, David, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Grange was proposed to have some organization, some shelving, and a new door being put in. This is discretionary, absolutely, and this could be changed or taken out. This was a proposal, as the Grange could use some better organization. But that is a lot of money.
That door on there. I thought there was a new door put on there in the last few years, and $16,000 for a new door is a lot of money.
This is discretionary. Yes, that is a number that does not fit the need. When you look at the Grange, maybe we could drop it down to maybe a $1,500 for shelving, or even put it off.
Mr. Mayor, can I comment, please?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor McCann.
Yeah, we did with previous road superintendent manager, somewhat of a needs study on the Grange, and we come up with a list of things. This is what 3 or 4 years ago, and that's when the new door was installed. And following that, we did repainting and refastening of the roof. But in addition to what we did, I think it was like a $30,000 or $40,000 overall project over a number of years. But what was left behind was the concrete work around the foundation of the Grange, and basically just some construction type work inside the Grange that I think the $16,000 should be kept at least in reserve until David can do an assessment or reassessment of it. And I actually have some personal notes on having gone around and over the building with the previous boss there, facilities guy. So I'd be willing to take a look at it with him and just explain where we were hoping to go with it without spending a whole lot of money on it. Longevity of it, that's always a concern. But if we're going to keep it as a storage building and just an open space building, we certainly have to do some work on the thing. So I don't think the $16,000 is unreasonable to hold on to at this point.
Okay, thank you.
My next,
Hi, Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Who is this?
Pat, may I speak?
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, on page 24 of 233, the Grange I have is 9,000.
All right, this is on page 24. The Grange, new door and shelving clean is $9,000. Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, it's in at 16,000 somewhere. I remember seeing it.
It is. It's on page 26. That's what I
Yeah,
was
but that's
looking
the
at.
reserve amount.
Reserve amount.
That's the amount in the reserve.
But we're not using the reserve to do whatever we're doing? Is that what you're saying? We're going to do work of 9,000 and not use the 16 that's in the reserve?
Well, we could, but the actual expense for capital is 9,000, but we could certainly pull that 9 out of the reserve, yes.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's got to be taken out of the reserve.
Okay, absolutely. I can
Okay.
take that out of reserve.
Yeah. So now we're clear about what the numbers were. Okay. Thanks very much for that. Did you have some other questions? Yes.
I do. Yes. $700,000 for an office expansion. In my opinion, since I go back 14 years on council and was part of the decision to put the new fire hall and office building in 10 years ago. We have one more employee in there than we did, physically in the office space than we had 10 years ago. And we're putting, $700,000 to expand the office by 1,000 square feet or so. To me, I would expect that the taxpayer would say, have you looked at everything else before we just spend that kind of money on an office expansion? COVID has changed the world. People are working from home more and more. Job sharing is carrying on. I just think we have to run down every possibility before we spend that kind of money, and I would expect the taxpayers in Whitestone to be somewhat alarmed at spending that amount of money to accommodate what in essence is one more employee. Now, we may have underdid the amount of space that we needed 10 years ago, but I think you have to look at that. You have to look at staffing levels. You have to look at other options. The last meeting I brought up the idea of acquiring some land. I still think that needs to be taken into account, and you need to, again, think big versus thinking small. And if we acquired land, we have to think what we would do with the nurses station and or staffing or whatever. And so I'm not, if what you're asking tonight is that I affirm that we're going to, you know, spend those sorts of money on an expansion to the office, I'm not in at this point. I'm not convinced at this point. Certainly the nurses station, I think people on council and I think people in the community are all for expanding the services in the nurses station and the building. So I'm for that. I'm not convinced that necessarily they should be in that building. Maybe they should be in another building. So I think there's a lot of work to be done here before we just start, you know, pounding out that amount of money. So those are just my general comments, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
When I was flipping through this, the one that, so the Grange, the $9,000, is that actually just supposed to be for a door and some shelving, or is there actual construction work that's going to go on there? Because I had someone call me on this and ask me why there would be $9,000 for a door if there was a new door put on a few years ago, and they said that the Lions Club had donated some money towards a new door or something?
Okay, I don't know. Someone, perhaps Councillor McEwen, can answer that.
Mr. Mayor, I don't recall any donation per se toward the Grange. And I think Councillor Woods is bringing up a good point. I think in fairness to our new roads or facilities manager, there has been some work done which is being a little bit misrepresented here. So I think, in fairness to David, he'll need a little bit of time to look at what Grange is all about. I think the new door, as Councillor Lamb mentioned earlier, has been installed 2 or 3 years ago, and I think the ongoing work of the Grange itself is construction type work around the base of it and a little bit inside for shoring it up in different spots and one thing or another. You know, previous Mayor Armstrong, he had an assessment one time of the place also, and an estimate he had was fairly significant, and we never went that route of trying to reconstruct that building to a sort of up-to-date sort of code, if you will. But you know, I don't recall any grants or any money coming forward from an organization for the Grange as such.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, a couple more questions, or there's someone else in line?
Well, no, you might as well go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing, just back to the nurses station and the office, the other thing that I had said at the last meeting that we have to look at to accommodate somewhat is the thrift shop, and the whole idea of Maple Island and handicap accessibility. And although the thrift shop didn't operate last year, and I doubt it will this year, it's an important factor, and you know, it may end up that Maple Island isn't a suitable location in the long term. 2 other questions on Canning Road from Carby-Huey to the end. The slurry seal is put off to 2022, but yet I guess we're going to put a seal on Balsam Road and a seal on Canning Road that was just done last year, but yet the part from Carby-Huey to the end, that tar and chip was put on 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't know why, if we're sealing it, why we wouldn't, well, the equipment's all there and whatever, seal it right down to the end of it. Like, why would we have them come back next year at a greater cost and then have them just seal the end of it. Why don't we finish the whole doggone thing at one time? So, for in other words, the 43,000 that's in the capital from 2022, move it into 2021.
David, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Canning Road, from Carby-Huey to the end, there is some repairs needed, some dig outs, and these areas would receive new double surface treatment. We, Public Works, will be doing the work preparing for the double surface treatment. We will likely need all of the time we can get with all the work that we have coming up this year. And we could potentially push this off, this surface treatment of sealing the surface treatment to next year, and we could seal the whole thing at one time, canning, and if that was desirable, then we do it all in one shot. If we wanted to move Canning Road onto next year surface treatment, slurry seal.
Well, I guess my comment would be, you're the road superintendent. You do what you think is best in terms of sealing it. Councillor McEwen had said last meeting, what's the ideal time? Is it 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever? We obviously want to get the longest life we can get out of our tar and chip roads. So my only point is, if you're going to seal it, I think Balsam and Canning should all be sealed at the same time. So if that's this year, it's this year. If it's next year, it's next year. But I don't think it should be in two stages, and we do the newer part first and the older part second. I don't get that. But you'll have to come up with an answer to that.
If I may step in, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, I think I know what Dave is trying to say. So the section between Canning Road between Carby-Huey and the end, even though the surface treatment was done a few years ago, there are a number of spots where we have to do major dig outs and get rid of some of the soft spots there. So once that work is done, physically done this year, those sections will then be surface treated, and then next year would be a slurry seal for the whole section of the road, so that we're not slurry sealing a road this year, digging it up and doing surface treatment and then slurry sealing separate sections. So the idea is that it'll be done from Carby-Huey to the end next year because of the dig outs and construction work that's happening this year. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 3 dig out locations. Is that correct, David, or is it 2? 3?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. There is, once we put the double surface treatment on, when they put on that emulsion and then they put the chip on top or the stone on top, there's a required amount of time to cure. So the live traffic or the traffic does help push it in, and it does require some time before slurry seal is placed on top. And the best time is after 1 year.
Okay, my final question is on the Provincial Safe Restart Funding Program. I get kind of confused as to what money the provincial government is giving us. I just read, I think in here somewhere in our 250 pages, something about getting $58,000. I mean, can someone explain to me I know the overall concept for the Safe Restart Funding Program, but how much have we received in total, and what sort of things does it cover? And if we don't have enough costs associated with provincial restart, do we have to send that money back? So who can answer that? That's at the first page down at the bottom, where it says analysis, the balance of funds, etc., the last paragraph. How much have we got? How much do we expect that we can cover with restart programs, and do we have to send that back at the end is my question, or questions.
Oh, hi. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Pat. I can answer, Councillor Lamb. So if you go to the revenue page 25, we have received in 2020.
Hold on. Let's go. 25, yep.
So 15504-2. In 2020, we received 232,300.
504?
-2, yeah. Safe Restart Program.
-2. Okay, yeah.
So we did receive 232,300. We received an additional 20,000 in January of 2021, and we were just informed of another 58,000. So in the 2021 draft, we're receiving 78,273.
Okay.
So of the phase 2, that's supposed to cover any Safe Restart funding, sort of non-committed or non, I shouldn't say non-essential, but unconditional refunding. There is a phase 2 startup, but I don't believe we have applied for anything of that nature because it has to be specific to job losses, loss of revenue, all that sort of good thing. So I don't think we have applied for any of this phase 2.
Have we applied for phase 1, the 232?
We didn't have to apply for that. It was just given to us, and then an additional 20,000, and then an additional 58,000 was just given to us.
So are you saying at the end, no matter what our costs are, we don't have to send any of that money back?
No, that's unconditional.
Oh, perfect. You answered my question. Okay.
$300,000 in total, in round numbers.
And we don't have
right?
we don't have to qualify it.
No, that was unconditional. It was just given to us without applying.
Thank you. And that's going into our budget. So if we don't get that next year, if COVID, for instance, is over, that's $300,000 we have to make up in our budget next year, right?
Correct.
Well, we should bear that in mind when we have a 0% tax increase. Or projected 0% tax increase.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Other. I guess I'll answer. You're correct.
Thank you.
It's a one-time. It is potentially one-time only funding, and who knows if we'll get more going forward. So we shouldn't assume that we'll have it next year.
And excuse me, Mr. Mayor, finally, $27,000 is a 1% tax increase. Put $27,000 into $300,000 of what we won't potentially have next year, and that's one whack of a tax increase next year if that was looked at, in isolation. So again, the folly that I see here is that we say there's a 0% tax increase, and I've had it in other cities that I've been involved in, and then what ends up happening is you go 0 and then you go 6 rather than 3 and 3. It's about in terms of percentages. So thank you. I'm done.
Okay, are there other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen, just one comment and maybe a question. Councilor Lamb brought up the road study, which I only had a chance to look at today in a bit of detail, and it's a little bit confusing. It seemed to me that we're looking at least $1 million to get anywhere with our roads in the next few years. I'm wondering if we can ask our roads manager to come forward with a report. He hasn't had a chance to address council, I don't believe, at all on the road study. And I think we're all over the place on it. The numbers are sky high, and the numbers are sky high, but moderately sky high, I guess, at best. But I'm wondering if I don't want to disadvantage him right at this point in time trying to look at something can't answer, but should we be also going back to reserve on some number of, say, $100,000 or something to start putting money against a big job coming up, big jobs on the roads, which isn't a whole lot, but it might be less disadvantage to future councils and ratepayers if we do start to put something in reserves now instead of wait till say next year or whatever when we can't possibly do it because we're going to have potentially an increase, as Councillor Lamb's alluding to. So I don't know if council wishes to address putting some number into reserve to address some of the roads, and it's not only roads, it's roads and bridges and facilities around road structures and such. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't know if council wants to pursue it at this point in time in this budget. 0% interest.
Are we going?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Are we going to have any discussion about this under item 17.1, Madam CAO? Is that we have that later? We have the roads need study later on the agenda.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I believe David Creaser was just going to give a brief overview of the road needs study when it was done and what was accomplished. It's a living document and it's a long term. It's really a long game. And I think he was just going to give a brief overview. And I believe the memo included the executive summary from the road needs study. So I don't think he was going to go into it in great detail, but really just talk about the fact that this is now an important document for not only our planning, as you can see from the 5-year plan that was developed, but a 10-year in the asset management work that's being done.
Well, I guess where I was going with my question is that I'm wondering if we should try to get, and I'm not, I gather we're not going to get it tonight, but if we should, before we have our meeting to finalize this budget, if we should try to get a recommendation in terms of, say reserve funds or if there are any other things that ought to be moved forward into even into 2021 to address some of the needs that are identified in that study, and I respectfully suggest that councillors are probably not in a position we're in a position to identify that something probably needs to be put into the budget, but we're not necessarily in a good position to figure out what that should be, or how big the reserve needs to be by when and so on. So I'm wondering if that's something. If it's not going to come up under 17.1, I'm wondering if that's something that we should request as a budget, as part of our budget discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was bringing up 20 minutes ago, that our gravel roads particularly, we're not putting enough money into them. We should put whatever, 100, 200,000 and start to identify the most major items in terms of rehabilitation of our gravel roads. So the overview of the budget is, at this point, 0% increase. But if you look at what we're doing this year in terms of our reserves, we're depleting our reserves by $150,000 or so. We're I don't know whether it's still $150,000. So again, I'm just not happy that we say we're going to take our reserves down by $150,000, and we're going to have a 0% tax increase. Aren't we good? And meanwhile, we're just pushing the ball down the road. I think we need to put, we're putting $1 million into our gravel roads over 10 years. When the study says to do it properly, it should be 10 million or 11 million, right? So we have to address that. And whether it's 100 or 200 or 300,000 that we put in, I think we have to start saving for our gravel roads. So I say yes, put it in.
All right, thank you for that comment. I'm sure staff have taken a note of it. Are there other questions or comments on any other aspects of the budget?
Mr. Mayor, it's CAO Henry. I'm just
Go ahead.
something that I think David would appreciate me mentioning, and it maybe can be addressed when we come out of committee of the whole. One of the items that he needs is a steam jenny. At the last council meeting, he talked about removing that item from the capital budget because he thought that the one we had could be repaired, and David can speak a little bit better about the repairs than I can, but as it turns out, it's not repairable. It's quite old. It's over 25 years old, I believe, and that he would be requesting pre-budget approval to proceed with the purchase of a steam jenny. We actually have to order them because as spring approaches, it's an important piece of equipment that the roads folks use to unclog frozen culverts. So, David, did you want to speak a little bit about the steam jenny and why it's not repairable?
Yes, thank you very much. The steam jenny is a 1994, and the technology hasn't changed in them too much. Well, virtually not at all. Maybe a few things here and there, but it was leaking. So the idea of the steam jenny is it holds water. This container holds water, and then it has tubes that run through this chamber where the propane heats the water to a steam to pressurize it. It did have a leak, and when we pulled it apart to repair, we found that it was quite thin, and the more we tried to repair it, the more it showed weakness in other places. It was just so thin and so aged that it was hard to fix it well enough to hold pressure. So it will be a challenge for us to actually thaw culverts this year, and we do request that we bring this forward and be able to purchase a steam jenny now, or at least order one to get in line to get one for this spring's culvert thaws and flooding issues.
So is it out of the budget at the moment?
It's
in the budget somewhere? Where in the budget, if you don't mind?
Mr. Mayor, hi, it's Pat, page 24 of 2233. It was put back. So about middle of the page, 17,500. So it was in, it was out.
Oh, yes, sweet. Oh, yeah, Steam Genie, it says. Yeah, okay, I see it. $17,500. Is that the right number?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is the correct number.
Okay, so when we come back out of committee of the whole, I'll ask for a motion to pre-budget approval for that amount then. Thank you. Anything else you would like to raise about this budget? All right. I guess in that case we can, if there's nothing that we can now reconvene to the regular meeting and then deal with matters arising. So could I get a motion, please, to move out of committee of the whole and back into the regular meeting?
I'll make the motion, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. And I'll assume, once I hear some strong objection, that we can, that's agreeable. All right, thank you. Matters arising from the committee of the whole. there are three things in this suggested motion. I'll read it to you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2021-05 for information purposes. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive the draft 2021 operating and capital budget as presented and as amended by discussions at the March 1st, 2021 special council meeting. And that further discussions will take place during the special council meeting. And there is if you recall, we had set aside in our original plan a special council meeting for March 29th. I don't know if we still need that or not. And then I'll do the one about the pre-approval for this Team Jenny stuff. We'll do that as a separate motion. So, can I get a mover and seconder, and then we'll discuss whether we want to have another meeting like this or do it in a regular council meeting.
I'll move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb, seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods. I guess I should ask our staff first, do you feel that there is a need for a separate meeting on budget, or can we simply do it? And that would really be our public meeting, I guess. But or would we do it in a? Can we do it in just a regular council meeting? Given the number of additional changes that you would expect to take place between now and then. Madam CAO, do you have an opinion?
Well, I do. I think that generally in the operating, there's not a lot to change other than if there's additional gravel, monies for gravel, which is part of the operating budget. The question of the expansion of the municipal office and creating new offices and space for people is definitely in question, and that's I think that deserves a lot more conversation because I'm unsure of where to go with that. As far as those are the two big ones. And maybe council isn't ready to make that decision this year, and it just gets pushed off to another year. But there's a big discussion. Staff there was a committee to look at the expansion of the office to create more space, and I think what I'm hearing is now there's some sober second thoughts on whether that expansion is necessary or financially viable. So we can't really move ahead with the budget without knowing where council stands on that, so that deserves a fair bit of conversation. And then Pat still has to wait for the surplus, which I think is probably the easy piece because that's underway. So those are my thoughts on where we are with the budget. Whether we need another meeting specifically to talk about the large projects or projects. I can't say. I guess that would be council's decision whether we stick to March 29th and have a robust discussion on more once if council wants more information about the road need study and additional opportunities there, as well as the municipal facility renovation. Because without that, we really can't bring a budget back to council for a public meeting.
So is March 29th, which is 2 weeks from today, is that sufficient time to do the necessary legwork to have that discussion you're talking about, or do we need to push it back a little bit further?
I'd have to give some thought to that. Based on what Councillor Lamb said, I think he'd like to look well into the future at the thrift shop, nursing station location and whether the facility that it's in now is worth expanding or whether it gets relocated somewhere else, and whether in fact there is actually a need for the expansion of the municipal office, and is the proposed expansion too large. So there's a lot of big questions there, and I think we're going to have to give some thought to how to answer those questions and where to go. I don't know if I'll have answers in 2 weeks because I'm not sure I have all the questions. I'm not sure I have all the details of what Councillor Lamb and maybe other councillors are looking for in that regard. But we can certainly have a meeting on the 29th and expand on that and have more conversation as to what that should look like. And I believe there's probably an in-camera closed session matter related to that discussion that should be addressed. And it actually was intended to be addressed at the closed session meeting today, but we just didn't. We just ran out of time. So we could.
All right. Well,
I think the 29th is fine, and we'll just have a more robust conversation there with probably more direction on where to go and what to do with those questions.
Mr. Mayor?
all right. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, since I moved or made the motion, Michelle obviously brought up some of these aspects in terms of land acquisitions or staffing levels or job sharing or other alternatives. Some of those items are closed items because they deal with employees and all the things that are rightfully enclosed, and we weren't able to even talk about it tonight in closed because we ran out of time. So we need to definitely have a closed session where we can, I think all council can kind of express their opinions on all these things. And then there's obviously out of that an open type session, whether it's the 29th or whether, we put it off till the April meeting. I guess, I don't know. Generally speaking, the budget, isn't passed until May or June, which is, it's always been strange to me, but it's not the end of the world. So it's up to staff to determine, whether it's the 29th or not. Certainly the way we're doing them by Zoom calls, I think everybody would be available on the 29th, but, anyway, so I don't know. I'm with Michelle. I don't know whether we need a meeting or not.
All right.
Why don't? Yes. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking we need a meeting for, as Councillor Lamb said, those closed session discussions that would lead to staff direction on some of these items. Because without that direction, we are not necessarily sure where we're going with some of these things. So certainly a robust closed session meeting would be appropriate.
All right. Well, how about we do this then? That further discussions I'll just reread that last sentence. Further discussions will take place during a special council meeting March 29th, 2021, or at another date to be determined. I'm only asking because if we're not ready to have a good discussion by then, maybe we would have to put it back. But I see no reason not to stick with the 29th. We can likely make some progress at it. So those are the three elements of the motion we have: that we received the report that we've already received, that we received the draft operating and capital budget that was presented, and that further discussions will take place March 29th or at another date to be determined. And that was moved by Councillor Lamb and seconded by Councillor Woods. Is there any further discussion? Is anybody objecting to this motion? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, no objection, we'll carry on. And then we have one more item of business arising And that was that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby gives pre-budget approval. Sorry, I'm writing this as I speak, but budget approval for the purchase of a steam jenny at an estimated cost of $17,500. Am I right? Let me see where it is here. Steam, where are you, Steam Jenny?
Yes, hi, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. 17,000.
17,000. Yeah, I see it here. $17,500. Could I get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move, Councillor
I'll
Woods.
move that.
Okay, so I heard Councillor Gorham Matthews second, but I didn't hear who was speaking first.
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods. Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that one? Hearing none, I'll assume that's also agreeable, and now your culverts will get unplugged. Hopefully. That brings us then to item number 12, which is a public meeting to deal with the proposed housekeeping amendments to the zoning bylaw. And there is a report from our planner, John Jackson. So with the public meeting, here's the process that we follow. First of all, there should be a motion to go into, oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Looking for a piece of paper. I need a motion that council move into a public meeting at 7:55 p.m. for the purpose of considering the proposed housekeeping zoning bylaw amendments. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll make the motion, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb, seconded by.
I'll second, Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. I'm assuming that, once again, if I hear no objection, that everyone's agreeable to that. Let me then call the public meeting to order. I will introduce councillors. Joe Lamb, Beth Gorham Matthews, Joe McEwen, and Councillor Brian Woods. And I'm Mayor George Comrie, and we have the following staff with us: our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, our fire chief, Bob Whitman, our treasurer, Patricia Allen, our manager of public works, David Creaser, and our planner, John Jackson. So that's who's on the meeting. I'll ask again, does anyone have a pecuniary interest to disclose? And hearing nothing, I will record none. Now the next thing that we normally do is to take a roll call of guests and visitors who are in attendance. Those of you who have been in these meetings before know that if we were in person, we would hand around a piece of paper. So I do need to just get the names of, get you to read into the record your name if you are participating in this public meeting.
Doug Hickey.
I don't know. Okay. I was going to say, I do have some people on the list. I have Doug Hickey. I have Chuck LaRose. Are you still in the meeting?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Thank you. I had Lauren King.
Here.
You're still here?
Yep.
I had the Cans, am I correct? Are you still here? I'm guessing they're not. And is there anybody else that I missed?
The Cans are here. Sorry, we were muted.
Okay. So you are here.
Lamb.
Sorry. Yes, I did hear you. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I've got you now. Sorry.
Larry Sharp.
Anybody else? I'm sorry. Say again, please.
Larry Sharp.
Larry Sharp. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Julie Terry.
Julia
Dennis
Terry.
Moore.
And who? Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Who was that, Mr. Mayor?
Dennis Morris.
Morrison.
Morrison.
That's correct.
Sorry, Dennis. Anybody else? Have we missed anyone?
Yes, Linda Podlowski.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will ask again. Have I missed anyone? All right, thank you very much. My final, before we get into the meat of this, my request would be that if you do wish to speak, that you direct all of your comments through the chair, which is me, and please state your name before you speak, so we have it for the record. With that, I will. And once again, I will ask people, if you're not speaking, if you don't mind, please just keep your phone muted so we don't pick up a lot of background noise. Other than that, thanks for participating in the meeting. I will turn it now over to John Jackson to present his report. And first thing, have we received any letters or correspondence, Madam Clerk, with respect to the proposed amendments?
We have not, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Now I will turn it over to John Jackson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This bylaw is a culmination of a number of discussions surrounding mostly technical issues that were discovered during the administration of the bylaw over the last few years. They're mostly with planning staff and the building department. I think that it's important to emphasize that the bylaw needs to be understood as a housekeeping exercise that we call it in the planning world, to simply correct some technical problems that have been discovered along the way. To just encapsulate what they are, we needed to clarify some sleeping cabin provisions. For example, we had the definition of a bunkie and a sleeping cabin separately, and it tended to be confusing.
Excuse me, John. Sorry to interrupt, but somebody is got their mic open and is flipping papers. Could you please mute your microphone, please? Thank you. John, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of dealing with clarification of cabins, bunkies, was done by simply dropping bunkies in reference to accessory habitation for cottages or other dwellings. We were missing some sleeping cabin clearances from particular lot lines. That was fixed. We found that there was some confusion around dock regulations in the municipality, where the province had made some changes with respect to how it deals with the provision of docks essentially over Crown Lake, so we wanted to make sure our provisions aligned with those. There was also the need to recognize a seasonal dwelling in all zones to be consistent. The general amendments are those we think are all good, helpful, and make the bylaw better. So it again comes within this common housekeeping kind of exercise that municipalities undertake from time to time.
John, I'm going to ask one more time. There is somebody talking in the background. You must mute your microphone or leave the call. You cannot stay in the meeting and disrupt it. Mute your microphone. There should only be one microphone open, and that's John Jackson's. Nobody else. I still hear background noise coming. Okay, John, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was pretty much finished, Your Worship. So the notice was provided with guidance to go to the website of the municipality for details. So there has been an abundance for ratepayers to look at changes, and we're hoping we can get support. So with that, I'll leave it to you to see if there are any submissions on these issues, and be happy to try and offer whatever explanation may be needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions related to these items?
Councilor McEwen, I have a question. Mr. Jackson, the EP zone locations with respect to allowing docks where we didn't used to, I'm kind of surprised, yet not surprised, I guess, that in addition to floating docks, limited crib size and such is still allowed. I know years ago there used to be a lot of cribs, and you're hard pressed to almost find a crib that hasn't been destroyed by ice, floated away, or Whitestone goes up and down 4 feet. Wabash goes up and down a lot more than that. So I think the possibility of a lot of built-in cribs is kind of limited. But you reference to the MNR, I guess, requirements which permit these cribs and or floating docks in EP zones. Could you comment on the MNR's requirement that allow the cribs in these inland lakes and EP zones, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, the ministry has gone through a kind of topsy-turvy world in the sense of dock regulations. Historically, up until about 3 or 4 years ago, they let the municipality more or less deal with the issue of dock permits. They were challenged over in Haliburton, and then they went through a period where they had to require a permit in every instance, which was driving that bureaucracy somewhat over the brink in terms of how much bombardment of permit applications they had. So they actually changed the legislation to reflect or parrot the practice that they had previously, which means that as long as any dock installation had no more than 15 square meters of aggregate crib or was floating, you would get what was called a free use permission. And then it would switch over to the municipality where its regulations would kick in. However, our regulations in Whitestone had some restrictions about whether docks could be near or in environmental protection zones, and ours were prohibitive in those instances. So we decided that it made sense to align with what the province was doing in terms of permitting docks. And it's essentially based on the risk management of having adverse impacts on habitat features on the shore. And you should keep in mind that most of the kinds of exceptions that these will now allow to be recognized are for many of the instances where many lots were created before any habitat was identified that ended up being zoned environmental protection. So you can clearly see this is for existing lots of record that, in fact, had some EP zones attached to them and became very onerous in terms of getting permissions. And so all we've done is said, if the province recognizes risk management, that if you float a dock or you don't have very big cribs, you are allowed to proceed. We thought if you met our other dock regulations in terms of size, length, and the kinds of setbacks that we require, then it made sense to simply make it more consistent. So it really is, again, falling under that I'm going to call it headline of housekeeping in terms of where we sit in reality with our relationship with the Ministry of Natural Resources.
Okay, just one other thought, Mr. Jackson. The moving forward with new developed lots, this affords them the same privilege then as any existing lots to have floating docks and minimal cribs, where up to this point they haven't been allowed to. Is that correct?
Yes, but the only thing that I think Council needs to be aware of is that no new lot would be created unless it had some clean frontage. By that I mean no EP zoning. So it should not pose a problem for any new lots. This is mostly to really apply to those existing grandfathered circumstances that we inherited as a municipality. But new lots will always have, again, what I'll call clean frontage.
Okay, one other concern, I guess. We have applications in the municipality, as I understand it, pertaining to frontages on new lots to be sold and the total EP across the front. So I'm not sure if they would qualify. Could you comment on that?
Well, just to comment again that any new lot that would be created, say, through a Planning Act application must have a minimum of 15 meters or 50 feet of frontage that's free and clear from an EP zone. So it shouldn't actually occur with any lot that's created going forward under the planning rules of the municipality. And don't forget, those lots are all 300 feet, 90 meters or larger, whereas most, I think, of the historic lots in Whitestone were probably developed at the 100, 150, 200 foot frontage requirement. And the more recent cataloging of EP areas was much more stringent in the sense that, you know, if there were even marginal aquatic vegetations in front of a shoreline, it tended to engulf the entire shoreline. So it's more a balance of new and old and how it should be dealt with. But we wouldn't create a new lot that didn't have the ability to be outside of the EP zone for its docking arrangement.
So how far back would we go? If the lot is existing prior to now, it would qualify within an EP zone, I suppose?
Yes, and again, it really just simply parrots the province's position that even if you're in a fishery habitat, if you float a dock, their position is an existing lot should be allowed to have a floating dock in that circumstance because the risks are minimal. And there are those out there that argue that docks provide habitat for a lot of fish species. So again, it's just a matter of being consistent with the current logic and standards that are applied provincially and now municipally.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I have a question, comment, Mr. Mayor, Dennis Morrison.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The issue I have with the housekeeping bylaw and the zoning bylaw in general is we don't define what an environmentally protected zone is. We don't even say what constitutes environmentally protected zone. That's kind of a big missing gap in my mind. And here's the reason why. In the official plan that we have in this municipality, Section 12, Natural Heritage, fish habitat, 12.01. M&R provides fish habitat mapping. And 12.01.1.1c says authorization for a dock and or boathouse must be received from DFO, Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So we got a federal level that says fish habitat 1, you got to have it. Further, under waterfront policies in this municipality, Section 13, under 13.07 shoreline structures, I quote 13.7.4, marinas, boat access facilities, docks, boathouses, and other shoreline structures will not be permitted where they would front onto Type 1 fish habitat. That's in our official policies, the official plan. This housekeeping bylaw cleanup seems to be in direct contravention of that. Presumably, when somebody identifies fish habitat 1, that's got to be why there's environmental protection for one reason or another. That'd be one of them. So how can you have it in the federal level and our official plan that says fish habitat 1, no dock, yet we're watering it down here in this bylaw to allow it? Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, would you care to respond to that Dennis's question?
Thank you, Your Worship. The way the mechanics work, and I appreciate the sort of convolutedness of it all, but the Department of Fisheries Oceans is responsible for administering the Fisheries Act, but they've delegated the front line responsibility to the Ministry of Natural Resources. And in that delegation, if you like, they have fundamentally declared that we believe that the risk to any adverse impact under the Fisheries Act, which is mostly harmful or adverse effects on fish habitat, are minimized if you do this, and that being the kind of dock design that you are limited to before you have to go through the more rigorous assessments that really Mr. Morrison is alluding to, so that we have an opportunity here to be fairly, I'm going to call it responsible as far as that risk concern is through a consistent approach with the Ministry of Natural Resources. And I think that the important thing that I mentioned to Councillor McEwen to remember is that we would not create a lot today that was entirely fronted on an identified fish habitat. Simply to be I'm going to say, consistent or in conformity with the policies of the official plan that Mr. Morrison has identified. So it's a combination of applying the policies consistent with the MNR as delegated through the Federal Fisheries Department and the current rules under the province. So I don't think we're watering it down. I think we're simply reflecting the reality of how things are done with respect to dock provisions and permissions today. Thank you.
Dennis Morrison again, Mayor Comrie. I'd like to just have a little rebuttal on that if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
The issue I have is we got an official plan, which I believe is a higher level document than the zoning bylaw, and it says one thing, and then you're proposing something else. I think the two have to line up one way or another. And I'm not totally in agreement there when you say you don't need, if you're on type 1 fish habitat, that you can put a dock in. Clearly, in your official plan, it says you can't. So you can't have two that are in opposition of each other.
Mr. Jackson, is there a conflict between the OP and the zoning bylaw?
No, I do not believe that there is a conflict. You can interpret official plans in a manner that gives them the kinds of liberal, broad brush understandings to essentially reflect their intent. And if the federal government and the provincial government, in their wisdom, say that the protection of fish habitat has these flexibilities, I think we can correctly interpret our policy to allow the zoning to have that kind of flexibility as well. So it's not a black and white world. It's a world about risk management, and I believe that we achieve that in this case.
Yeah, I guess I would just make a comment that part of what is driving these proposed changes is the fact that essentially the system that we have for approving these things for a period of time there was relying on the Ministry of Natural Resources, and if they chose to, they could also be referring a matter to Fisheries and Oceans for what amounted to being very low risk situations or no risk situations. And the fact of the matter is, neither the MNRF nor Fisheries and Oceans were responsive. So people would come to would come to our building department and say, I want to put a dock, and they would say, go get permission from the MNR, which could take multiple years just to put a floating dock or something that's simple, not to dredge the dredge the shoreline and make a giant crib or something. We're talking about just very modest floating docks and that kind of thing, and then they would get sent to the if you did get a response from NRF, then it would get sent to Fisheries and Oceans and so on, and that still happens for things that would be considered to be major shore works. That process has to be followed, but people were simply being prevented from having docks. Our building department could not issue a permit for them. And so people would go ahead and build it anyway without one, so it really wasn't a workable solution. And unfortunately, the higher levels of government, if they wanted to sort of micromanage placement of docks, they would have to add large numbers of staff and so on and become more responsive, and they simply couldn't do it. And so we needed a way to be able to deal with the situations that are, as Mr. Jackson has suggested, low risk. And in many cases, they'd be situations where docks have been there in the for the last 50 years, and somebody just wants to replace one, that kind of thing. So, that's really what's back of all this. Are there other questions or comments? I'll ask again if there's anybody who wants to speak to this while we're in the public meeting. If not, I will ask for a motion to reconvene into the regular council meeting then.
I'll make the motion, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Second.
Councillor McEwen.
Councillor Woods? Oh, Councillor McEwen, sorry. Any discussion? Any opposed? All right, thank you. We are back in regular session. And the matter arising from the public meeting is to actually to pass a bylaw, which we will get to in a moment. First, before we do that, we have our consent agenda. And the consent agenda consists of the minutes of the regular council meeting for February 16th, 2021, and the minutes of the special budget council meeting of March 1st, and the list of unfinished business, which is on page 4 of the agenda. So the motion would be that council receive and or approve the items contained in the consent agenda as detailed above on this 15th day of March 2021. Could I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move that. Councillor Gorham-Matthews.
Thank you. Councillor Gorham-Matthews, seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor McEwen.
Councillor McEwen. Thank you. Any discussion about the consent agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Under unfinished business, we've got the rental bylaw. I've had a couple calls about Airbnbs and rental situations, and we have a bylaw. I was part of designing it many years ago. When is that coming to council? Because we're coming up onto the time of year, particularly, that a lot of people will be renting out their places, and particularly in today's world, there's more and more and more people doing that. So I think we need to look at our rental bylaw. So what's the timetable for this?
Well, if I may, Councillor Lamb, we're under business items, item 18 on the agenda. That would be 18.4. There is a proposal to create an ad hoc committee to review and update that bylaw that you're referring to. So we're going to get to it in a minute. It's my short answer, right?
I'd like to be on that committee. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, we'll
leaving the meeting.
John Jackson.
Good evening, John. Sorry, we'll keep that in mind. So, is there anything else about the consent agenda? Any objection if I declare it approved? All right, thank you. How about accounts payable? Can I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approve accounts payable in the amount of $417,323.40 and payroll in the amount of $56,814.71 for payment. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move Councilor McEwen.
Thank you.
I'll second Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Gorham-Matthews.
Yeah, I just had a question about an expense on page 55. The second one down. It's the, I assume, West Perry Sound Vet Services Committee. It's under Recreation Committee. I was just wondering what that expense was.
Leaving the meeting.
Dennis Morrison.
Can somebody answer the, what was the number of that one? What was the number?
35785. It's the second one on page 55.
Vet Services. Okay.
Yeah.
Patricia?
That may have left, but I'm just looking up at the check. I believe it's related to the vet clinic that's held every year that we participate in, and there's a sharing of costs. 3575. The invoice simply says West Perry Sound Vet Services Committee. Annual fees 2021. I can get a little bit more information for council on that, but I understand it's related to the rabies clinic that's held every year, and usually in the Dun Dome, and I think they were going to share services last year between McKellar and Whitestone. So I'll have to just get a little bit more information on that from the folks that in the office that know more than I do.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions on the payables?
I have one, Councillor Lamb. Page 66 of 233. And it's just a comment. I see all the monies we're paying for internet through ViaNet and ExploreNet. It's $979, $116, whatever it is, $1,100. If there's any area where we have internet where we're having any issues, of course, there's now a new satellite, Starlink, and I'm hearing from a lot of ratepayers about, costs $130 a month. The speeds are 10 and 20 times what they normally are, or greater than that, both upload, download, and all that kind of stuff. And I know they pay $130 a month for unlimited. So I'm not suggesting that we change every internet site, but I guess what I'm looking at, sometime this year is that we do a review of that vis-a-vis Starlink. Now, I know Starlink, you have to buy the equipment, but, in terms of internet, it's going to help our municipality, particularly the outlying areas, big time. So I don't know whether, for instance, the community center or the office or other areas, this may be an alternative or not, but at least we should look at it. So it's not a question on the actual bill, but more of a request in terms of our internet capabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps I can speak to that one. Two things. First of all, I did have a conversation with staff recently about checking in with Bell Canada, in fact, to see if there is now a better internet service that would be available to the municipality as a commercial customer, because there are services that they offer since the two towers in Dunchurch were fiber connected recently, that they offer to regular consumers, and so there are some potential benefits over what we're getting. I think it's ironic that the term high-speed internet is used there in connection with this particular invoice, by the way. But the other thing with respect to Starlink, that service is only in beta test currently. Starlink is actually not licensed as an internet service provider in Canada yet by the CRTC. And so what they're doing today is they are actually taking orders from people who want to order it. And what Councillor Land said is correct. It's about $800 worth of equipment that you install yourself. And then there's
leaving the meeting.
That's an upfront cost. And then there is
Larry Sharp.
A fixed monthly price, currently $129, and anyway, the people who are currently participating in the beta test are reporting fairly significant increases in both download and upload speed. This is a low Earth orbit satellite, so it doesn't have the 1 second delay that you would experience if you were using one of the other satellite services like VNets or HughesNets that's available. So down the road, this may be an option, but it would not be available to us today. It's the service covers the area, but it's not there is a satellite up there that covers the area, but it's not. You can't actually put an order and get it today, unless you were part of the beta test.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then I'll go on to a second situation. The library has changed over to Bell, and certainly the tower that was put in on Canning Road. All kinds of people, most people over on Whitestone Lake are on a 350 gigabyte sort of plan that's $85 a month, and again, much better than older plans. So I know the library got two 350 gigabyte modems sort of in, and it's cheaper than what they had before. So all I'm saying is we should be reviewing our internet program, and if we can't go to Starlink, then we should look at Bell or discount it. We should be looking at it, okay? Because this is one of the critical items, obviously, in terms of growth for this municipality, as the mayor is well aware of. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other questions on payables?
Joining the meeting.
Larry. Okay, Ken. If there are no other questions, I will ask our clerk to call the roll, please, on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
And Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's approved. And that brings us to item 16, bylaws. So the first 16.1 is the first bylaw related to the changes that we just discussed in the public meeting to our zoning bylaw. I'll read it to you and ask for a mover and seconder. That bylaw 10-2021 being a bylaw to amend the Municipality of Whitestone zoning bylaw 07-2018 for the purpose of enacting certain housekeeping changes be read a first and second time this 15th day of March 2021, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 15th day of March 2021, and numbered bylaw 10-2021. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Gorham Matthews, seconded by
I'll second.
I'll second it, Councillor Lamb.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will again ask the clerk to read the roll, please.
Thank you. Councillor Gorham Matthews?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes. Thank you. That motion is carried. Bylaw item 16.2, bylaw number 08-2021, relating to a debenture for the Bunny Trail culvert. I'll read it to you. I'll read the suggested motion. That bylaw 08-2021, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for a debenture for the Bunny Trail culvert, be read a first and second time this 15th day of March 2021, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 15th day of March 2021, and numbered bylaw 08-2021. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Seconded by?
I'll second.
Councillor Wood.
I think Councillor Gorham Matthews got there first, so I will take you. Any discussion about this one?
Leaving the meeting.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
Thank you. Councillor Gorham Matthews?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
yes. So that motion is carried. And now to the third one, which is also a debenture, similar bylaw, the debenture covering the cost of the Canning Road and Balsam Road resurface treatment. That bylaw 09-2021, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for a debenture for the Canning Road and Balsam Road resurface treatment, be read a first and second time this 15th day of March 2021, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 15th day of March 2021, and numbered bylaw 09-2021. Mover and seconder.
I'll move. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Seconded by?
I'll second. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay,
Mr. Mayor, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
I noticed we're taking this out over a 15-year term for road work, and I'm just. Is the road going to last this long if we're paying it off over 15 years? Or are we going to have to, borrow more money before that time to fix sections of the road?
I would say that's a question for David Creaser if he's still on the call. Are you, David?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there is in the road needs study. It says it's a wonderful diagram of preventative maintenance which we can complete over time, which should allow us to exceed the 15 years if we do timely maintenance on these roads. That each of these maintenance procedures does require money. So it is an excellent point that 15 years does not buy you a maintenance-free road for 15 years. It may work in the case of the culvert, maybe less maintenance on the culvert, but not the road. There would be additional costs to meet that 15 years or exceed it.
Is there any comment from our treasurer or CAO about why 15 years was chosen as the term for this debenture?
Pat, are you still there?
Yes.
Oh, there she is. Okay, hello.
I have used 15 years, I guess, based on past debenture amortization rate for this kind of road maintenance work.
And just out of curiosity, what was the amount of the debenture? I should know, but I don't remember from looking at the papers. What's the amount that we're borrowing for this?
Leaving the meeting.
Patricia Allen.
Oh, we've lost Pat again.
It was 242, 610, Mr. Mayor.
$42,000?
Yeah, 242.
242. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just out of curiosity for the public, we borrow this money from what's the Ontario?
Yeah, it's a corporation of the Ontario Ministry of Infrastructure. Actually, it's
right. I see it here, Ontario Infrastructure and Land Corporation.
Yeah.
We borrow for 2.23 cents or something like that percent. So it's
Joining the meeting.
Patricia Allen. Sorry, my reception here is not very good. So the first debenture is about $249,000. The second debenture is $272,000.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor McEwen was just pointing out that the interest rate is about 2.4%. So it's a very it's still a favorable rate, even though it's gone up a little bit in the last month or so. It's really a question of do we take a hit on the do we take a one-time hit on the on the budget and pay for it up front, and or the maintenance costs that David referred to earlier are not going to be amounts like that. They're not going to be that. They're going to be smaller. Correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. They are going to be smaller. That's the intent. They should be much smaller. I would expect 30%, 35%. Would be an appropriate number. However, there may be some dig outs and such that do creep up. So it could creep into the 40% mark. I would think appropriate time might be 8 to 10 years, depending on conditions.
the health tank's coming up in a few minutes.
I hear talking in the background. Would you please mute your microphone if you're... Thank you. Okay, so are there any other questions about this bylaw? I don't hear a suggestion that we change something. I don't think, but any other comments? No? Okay, thank you.
Councillor,
go ahead.
All I was hinting at is if we're going to have to do, whatever amount of road work, like we're going to have to do a lot of road work before the loan's paid, wouldn't we want to try and pay it a little bit sooner?
Okay, I hear your suggestion. Is there any comment from staff about this?
I have a question for Pat, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
If we revisit the debenture timeline based on the conversations we've had here, how would that affect the work that you've been doing on the financial end of things? You'd have to go back to OILC and change the timeline. Is that a difficult process?
No, it just means that we already have the funding for the first, because we went through a financing agreement, just rolling this over to a debenture. So the second, for the Canning Road and Balsam Road, it just means we don't get the funding. We'll have to revisit the whole situation and just do another revisit to the debenture. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest, if I may, that we carry on with the way it is, because there has been quite a bit of work done to secure the funding already on that basis, and perhaps another time when we're into a road resurfacing thing, we can look at a combination of if we are borrowing, we can look at perhaps borrowing for a shorter term and or making sure that we do have appropriate reserves for the maintenance that's required.
To prevent pipe grading and...
Yeah. Well, they got
Could whoever is speaking in the background, would you please mute your phone? Thank you. Okay, so, Madam CAO, can I ask you to call the question, please, and we'll...
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore-Matthews?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
And Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
Yes.
And Mayor Comrie?
Yes. Thank you. So that brings us to item number 17. Some staff reports. The first staff report has to do with the roads needs study. Before we start, I will ask for a mover and seconder that the Council of Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives staff memo road needs study for information purposes.
I'll make the motion, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Seconded by
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's receive the report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The road needs study, which was completed in 2020, was an update for the 2009 road needs study, which was completed by AECON, which was fairly detailed back in 2009, which included annual average daily traffic counts. And we haven't seen too much growth with that, so there's really not a whole lot of change with the traffic that we can see here. But it does highlight some disparaging numbers here with the need to bring our roads up to a standard, so let's say the standards of the day, to a situation where we would be maintaining our roads rather than trying to improve them to the standards. So once we get them into that position, until then, I think our costs will be higher in the meantime between now and then. So these highlights bring about some large numbers, and that's really speaking to the gravel roads. We have about 80% of our gravel roads in our network. Our road network is in good, how do you say, a good need. So the road needs study, which was completed, is a part and parcel complementary with our asset management plan. And the idea behind our asset management plan is to assist with this long-term planning and used as a tool for budget purposes in our direction forward. And it does have one section of simply our roads, and it does not include our structures. So this is only a snapshot, a portion of our roads taken as of May 2020. And I didn't plan on going into too much detail with this, but some of the highlights were that 11 million, just over 11 million in our gravel needs. And when we talk about that large number over the next 10 years here, 11 million required to bring our roads up to the standards of the day, that does include rock removal, dig outs, ditching, as well as the gravel overlays as well. So those are some of the bigger numbers and the bigger issues that are driving this study. And some of the smaller ones would be our surface treated roads. There was no roads that were identified to be brought up from a gravel upgraded to a surface treated at this time. So we're looking at our gravel roads are one of our big needs in this municipality. And I was taking notes earlier about the need for more information in a report that would structure a recommendation or help with a recommendation for council going forward. I know this spring was going to be a good year for me to really get my head around the conditions of the roads and where some of our big problems were. I actually see firsthand. I know I look at the roads needs study, and it does give me quite a bit of information. It would be helpful to me to start marking at these locations so I can get a good handle as well firsthand. But as it stands, this is an excellent tool. It has some great tables and some good practices, best practices of how to highlight key maintenance activities to extend the life of our road assets going forward, such as Canning and Balsam, which we just did a large capital improvement project on. This road needs study does highlight when we should be doing these key maintenance activities to extend the life of these assets. And And that brings me to the conclusion of the report.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so questions on the report. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm getting at in terms of the needs within Whitestone in terms of what we need to do. And you know, it's saying, and what we do a lot of times is throw gravel at the gravel roads. We don't rehabilitate them or do much else with them, but yet we spend most of our money on hard top and tar and chip and that kind of stuff. And this report shows that $2 million is required for hard top road conditions to improve them. And as David points out, $11.225 million on gravel roads. And the other thing that hits me is approximately 17.5% of our hardtop roads were found to be in fair condition, while approximately 23.6, that's nearly a quarter of our gravel roads were found to be in poor condition. That really, really strikes me. And at the bottom,
joining the meeting.
If you look at the bottom of the report, it says approximately $9 million of gravel road rehabilitation and or localized improvements have been identified as being unmet in the budget assumed for the next 10 years. So we're not doing anything with $9 million. And I will guarantee you that 10 years out, if we follow sort of our budget process, that $9 million is going to be $15 million. We're going to be deeper in the hole. So we need to, in my opinion, spend much more money in Whitestone, because that's important in my mind. And secondly, the only question I have, those are just comments, the only question I have is, it says, it is recommended that the functional classification of Lorimer Lake Road and parts of Balsam Road be reviewed with any future updated of the official plan. David, could you explain that to me? I'm not sure I understand that.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. I'm sorry, Councilor Williams, I apologize. That is just a function of our official plan identifying where our major roads are, like our arterial roads. It just identifies them as a high-functioning road when in fact they're not. It's just an identification of it. It doesn't. It's just housekeeping. I apologize. That's all it is.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions for our
Mr.
Manager of Public Works?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Councilor
McEwen first.
Okay. David, it seems like it wouldn't be possible to complete this by tax increases and throwing big dollars, huge dollars into reserves and working it out. I know some of our neighbors like McDougall and McKellar, they've gone toward very large debenturing program for actually paving and hard topping. With paving, you can go over a longer period of time apparently. Hard topping, you're still into your 10, 15-year period. So somebody can work on by different means, I guess, depending on the road itself, what you have to start off with. But it seems that the only way you could ever start to get on top of some of these big projects would be through debenturing. What is your comment on that? I don't know if you've been involved in making these kinds of decisions before, but that's what I understand from a couple of our neighbors to the south here, that they've, you go through McDougall roads and gosh, it's hard to believe that they've got so much hardtop and asphalt down. Any comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Councilor. With surfaces, talking about surfaces offer the ride and comfort for the vehicle. They do not reflect any structure at all. So to get to a point of asphalt, you need very little movement in your road with asphalt, because asphalt is thick and any movement does create a crack. So if you can consider something like a piece of wood, a 2x4 on its side, if you did turn that 6 inches, it would start to deflect quite a bit and maybe possibly crack. Well, asphalt will just open up, where surface treatment can be an excellent choice if the road moves a lot. So if the road moves up and down with frost or because of the poor surface conditions below, it's so thin that it can take that the lifting and the settling of the road without cracking. So it does provide a good surface friction coefficient as well for stopping and braking. When you get into higher traffic roads, it is a good idea to look towards asphalt, bringing up the structure of the road. You need a good platform with your base, sub-base, and surface before you even look at that. So a lot of our roads would need a fair bit of work to get to that point. And that's not even touching on the geometry of the roads. You've got to look at the how many roads we have with the alignment, the width, before and ditching before we even look at that. Now, when we talk about base and sub-base, sometimes if the road has a lot of needs, well, if it does, the best value is sometimes just bringing the road up with whatever meets the criteria for cost effectiveness. So you could bring a select subgrade material, which is, let's say, a cheaper gravel, to bring a road up, and then bring in your type B and then your A on top. And looking at that is correcting some of our situations. We are looking to the pit to find more solutions. So I don't think I answered it that well. I kind of went on a tangent here. But for us to get into looking at asphalt, we need to build our structure. We need to build our base. Larger projects, I believe we should bring our asset management plan into play before we start looking at any of these larger debenture projects. That should be concluded this year, and we'll give council more information to make these decisions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. The other comment that I would make, and I've made it before, is that when you take a look at the situation in McDougall, and yes, they do have a lot of asphalt roads in good condition. They inherited a fair number of those from the Ministry of Transportation, who built things to a higher standard than I'm going to say any of our roads are built to. And so the substrate that the road is, that the surface is on, is well drained and solid. And in that situations like that, of course, you get your money out of doing a hard surface. But I suggest that in our particular case, we would have to do a lot of work on most of our roads to get them to the point where they could take that kind of surface without the money just being wasted. And that leads me, I guess, to a question that I have about this, the road needs study. The question is, what was the standard that Burnside used in assessing the roads in the first place? Like, was it in fact an MTO standard, or was it a standard that we that we were, a standard that we have of our own as a municipality? And I guess I'm asking that because, I happen to be on a gravel road, and I've been on it since the day it was created a long time ago. And yes, we keep putting gravel on it every year, and we keep grading it and so on. But it's actually got the quality of the road over time has improved steadily, slowly, but steadily over the years. And it's actually, on the basis of what we're doing right now, it's in the best shape that it's ever been in. And it's not perfect, like it heaves in the spring and so on. There's heaves in it right now, and there will be, as we get melting, there will be some soft spots from here and there. But by and large, it's if you average it out over time, it's actually getting better. Even though, and it's because we keep doing little things, ditching and removing rocks and adding more gravel and so on. So I'm not convinced that if we don't do anything different from what we're doing right now, that road is going to deteriorate to the point where it's unusable. It's been small incremental improvements to a gravel road for the last 50 plus years. So I guess my question to you, David, is what's the standard? What do we consider to be the target that we're trying to achieve with some of these roads? Particularly the gravel roads I'm talking about, because those.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer the first part of your question, the scope and methodology that was undertaken by Burnside was they updated the road inventory condition data based on the MTO 1987 methods inventory manual through field review and total road network, including the capture of some of our information provided from the previous road needs study completed by AECOM back in 2009. Also, they included municipal staff for information as well. That was the standard, that the information that they used to create the standard. And then to speak to which I believe your second point is the road that you speak of does fare well with a bit of maintenance, ongoing maintenance from our staff. It does not seem to, none of our roads seem to have an influence from industry or commercial activities. So any improvements that we do to our roads seem to be good investments. And they do seem to improve the road over time. I would agree with that 100%. They seem to be good investments. We don't have these heavy trucks that are constantly pounding our trucks, constantly pounding our roads that beat them up and that are very hard to keep the standard up. I believe that we put money into them and we do improvements. We do see the value. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess so. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Go ahead. Councillor, sorry.
Go ahead.
Councillor Gore Matthews was in the queue before you, I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
No problem.
I can wait. Doesn't matter. You want me to go?
Oh, no, you go ahead. You tried. You were. Yeah.
I just had two questions.
I forgot you were in the queue.
That's all right. I can wait. So this was my first time ever seeing a road needs study. So my first question was, is this a normal amount of work that you would expect to see coming out of a road needs study? Would you expect to see these many projects that you need to address over a 10-year period?
Yes, thank you very much.
I've been in the roads business for 25 years before I came to Whitestone, and the answer is absolutely yes. And there's not many municipalities that have a perfect set of roads. And these road need studies, actually, they're often more comprehensive than this. Sometimes you see pavement pavement index is done and all sorts of other work, but we simplified this one just for the purposes of Whitestone because it was, we have a small number of roads and our road needs are simple and yet definitely not moderate. So, sorry, David, I just jumped in because I was the one that started the road needs study and got it to got it as far as September until you got here. So, you're right. It always seems like a lot, and it always seems like your road needs are absolutely overwhelming in terms of the financial burden. But most municipalities' road need studies look very similar.
Yeah, I guess that was just my concern was that, it's very overwhelming to see those numbers and see those amounts, but it's manageable, and it's not like it's something that just developed overnight, and it's not something we're going to fix overnight. So that was just my comment that when you first read it, it's very comprehensive, and it was a great document to read, but at the same time, it gives you gray hair to read the amounts of money and stuff that the roads need. And my second question was just with regards to the roads needs study that was done back in 2009. Was there any obvious things that, had slipped through the cracks with regards to that road study and this road study that we just had done last year that we need to prioritize that was a priority back in 2009 and we didn't get to it yet?
I'll answer first, and then David can have a look. I honestly didn't read closely the 2009 road need study because it was old and outdated in 2018 when I started working here. I don't think it was followed, to be honest with you, and that's why one of the first things David did was look at a 5- and 10-year plan based on what this road need study says. And it doesn't mean you have to follow the road need study completely, and it's not always worth first if you have a road that needs some rehabilitation, and if you don't rehabilitate it now, it'll be a reconstruction in 3 years. You combine those, and you combine roads from a geographic perspective. But I didn't look closely at the 2009 study, although when I remember glancing at it, I realized that it hadn't been followed and it hadn't been maybe looked at carefully for a number of years. And I'll ask David if he did a comparison.
Yes, thank you. I would have to agree completely. A lot of things just simply were ignored, and what you typically see is, just like Michelle said, is you see these full reconstructions that do come about from lack of timely maintenance. And we're not alone. This municipality, with the great need we have, or the needs we have, and our funding doesn't match our needs. That's common. And these road need studies, they do look like this. I've seen them before. The ones that follow the road need study, or at least follow the spirit of it and have a plan, you can see it out in the roads. You can see it, and then the maintenance levels do go down over time. A well-maintained road does cost much less to maintain.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I really liked in the budget how you've laid out the next 5 years with your priorities, and some of those may shift and change as you get to know the area and get to know the roads. But it looks like you've got a good plan to bring everything up better. So thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen.
Go ahead, Councilor McEwen.
One thing that may be of assistance to us, I know neighboring towns and municipalities, they go for infrastructure grants and get assistance for various identified, certainly major locations. Maybe as we go through our 5 years or 10-year plan here, we can hope for some assistance in that regard. Most of the questions have kind of answered, but I don't think we're any different than a lot of the other similar sized municipalities, especially the northern to central Ontario ones. We've got a lot of road and a lot of gravel. And this, in Whitestone, since I've been on council, this is going into the 7th year now, there have been different roads identified every year. And I can think of Shawanagar Road, Balsam Road, part of Wawashkesh Road, goes on and on, East Town Line, where we did major lifts on those roads, and did ditching and such along them as well. And I think they've improved even in the 6 years I've been here. So if you go back longer, Councillor Lamb can do that. I'm sure there's been marked improvements on these roads throughout the municipality. So I know there's identified big numbers identified, and we'll have to work toward getting them better and better. But we do certainly have some numbers, I guess, in the budget for working on different roads with graveling and putting more lifts on them and doing culverts and repairs. So anyway, maybe as David gets more experience, he can and more knowledge of the roads, he can come back to us and give us some good recommendations, and maybe we can work towards some grants and work with the government on it as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I think we've probably exhausted we've more than exhausted the time that we have for this item. It was received. Sorry,
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one final comment, if I may, before we?
Okay.
I'll make it quick. I guess the bottom line for me is putting $900,000 into our gravel roads in the roads needs study over the next 10 years against $11.225 million of requirements to bring them up to standard or whatever isn't enough in my mind, particularly given the fact that nearly 25% of our gravel roads are classified as in poor conditions. Though that statement I just made is the exact reason we need to put a lot more into our gravel roads. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I realized that I did not call the question on this. We had a motion. It was moved and seconded to receive this report. We didn't finally receive it. Is there any objection to passing that motion, since we have in fact done it? Okay, thank you. Now,
Mr. Mayor, we are at 9 o'clock. We were at 3.5 hours.
That's
so we
exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Council already met for an hour before this meeting started, which meant that our curfew should have been read at 9 o'clock, and I didn't want to interrupt in the middle of an item. But we need a motion to continue if we're going to. And before we do that, let me just point out to you that we do have some of these items are fairly quick, but we are not going to get. There's no way we're going to get done in half an hour, and we can't really go much longer than that. We can't go longer than that. So, in fact, we shouldn't even go half an hour. So, I think we have to consider what we're going to do with these items during the meeting and carry on another night, whether it's the 29th or we do something in between. But we're not going to get done, and we can't just keep going till we do get done, unfortunately. So, do you want to continue we can continue for 20 minutes or so, I guess, and see how much we can get done if you like. Somebody want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we go as far as we can.
All right, thank you, Councillor Gorham Matthews. Seconded by?
I'll second it, Councillor Lamb.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, how long do we have to go on? Till 9:30?
Well, strictly speaking, 9:30. But since I didn't read the curfew until just a minute ago, I guess we can allow a little bit of leniency here. But but I think we need. I think we would end up needing another hour, and there's. I don't think we can do that.
Can we carry on tomorrow evening?
We could. Well, I don't know. I guess I would have to ask. First of all, I'd have to ask the clerk if we are required to give notice, more notice than that, for a continuance.
Let me just check the procedure bylaw here. The procedure bylaw doesn't actually speak to a meeting extending for 2 days, which we've had that conversation before, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The calling of a meeting.
You have to give 24 hours notice as far as I'm concerned.
You should. Yeah, the head of council may call a meeting, call a special meeting, giving a minimum of 24 hours notice, call a meeting in case of an emergency, which it's not, and calling a meeting for a petition. So you're right.
It's not really a special meeting either. I don't think it's a continuation, and we haven't run into this too often. Other municipal bylaws allow for this. Perhaps some of you know that they'll meet and they'll meet for 2 or 3 days in a row, and they don't meet for the whole day, but they'll meet and they just keep going. They're just like recesses. They pick up where they left off. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I just came up with something. At the last meeting, I wanted to introduce the point about setting a date for this pool, and that was defeated. But I was told at that time that council can suspend its procedural bylaw, and you know, for tonight's meeting, for instance, with as long as it's unanimous by council, and just carry on. So can we not have a motion to suspend our procedural bylaw, and as long as everyone's in agreement to that, then we can probably finish off tonight all the stuff on the agenda.
If I may, the procedure, the suspension of rules, the procedure required by this bylaw may be suspended with consent of a majority of the members present. So it doesn't have to be unanimous, just a majority.
Okay, sorry. Then I just think we could carry on and get it all done.
That's a good point.
Well, I don't know. I'm certainly getting a little tired. I'm not sure if I want to go. Like, we could conceivably be another hour, and that would be 10:30.
I'll make the motion that we suspend the procedural bylaw and we carry on till 10:30.
I would second
okay.
that.
All right. I'm sorry. I've got to get a. Okay. The council of Miss Valley White's on suspend its procedure bylaw. To permit continuance. You want until the agenda is completed?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I am going to. All right. Moved by I heard Councillor Lamb, seconded by who was the seconder?
Council McEwen. I don't want to say it extended till midnight. However, extending it.
Well, yeah, I think that's the absolute upper bound. So I'm going to ask for people's. Well, let's. If this passes, I will ask for people to. For your indulgence, I'm going to really try to escalate things along. Madam Clerk, I think you need to call the roll, please.
Councillor Gore Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor McEwen,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Carried.
All right, so I will set aside the curfew resolution. All right, let's move as quickly as we can. 17.2 is a staff report regarding the Regional Fire Training Center. So the motion is that the council accepts staff report Fire 2021-01 Regional Fire Training Center in Parry Sound area for information. It should actually be received, not E-I-V-E, not accept. And that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone support the submission of a formal request to the Ontario Fire Marshal to consider Parry Sound for the location of a regional fire training center. So that's the motion. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move. Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Gore Matthews. Well, I guess discussion. Is there, and maybe we should ask, I guess you have read the note from our fire chief, but maybe we should ask him if he has any further comments. And I would just draw to people's attention the fact that there are in our correspondence, which I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to or not going to spend any time on, there's a fair number of items where municipalities are complaining to the government that they decided to abolish the regional training center at Gravenhurst and asking them to reconsider. So I guess we don't know for sure what's going to happen as a result of that. Maybe nothing. But do you have any quick comments, Bob Whitman?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's pretty self-explanatory, the report. We're hoping to get a regional training center here. We're not building a new building. It'll be using existing fire halls and fire departments. So it's pretty straightforward.
All right. Are there questions or comments from councillors? You okay with this? Okay. All right. If I don't hear any comments or questions, is there any objection to approving this motion? This is basically what we're doing here is we're supporting the recommendation of our fire chief and then supporting the application that is coming from Parry Sound to be to be a regional fire training center. It says trading, it's training center. Okay. Okay, no objections. We're on record as supporting that. Next one, 17.3. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receive report FIN 2021-03, Council Remuneration and Expenses for Information Purposes. Mover and seconder.
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Gotcha. Seconded by?
Second, Councillor Woods.
Okay, I heard Councillor Woods, so I'll take Councillor Woods this time. Any objection? You don't really have a whole heck of a lot of choice because it's basically just information that we're required to report. Okay, that motion is carried. Next one. These are requests for donations. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby received report FIN 2021-03, which is the request for approval of 2021 donations, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the following donation requests. And there's a list of them there totaling $6,340. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Councilor McEwen.
Councilor McEwen moves, seconded by.
I'll second Councilor Lamb.
Thank you, Councilor Lamb. Is there any discussion about these items?
Mayor Carmen, if you could just make note that it's report 04, not 03.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
a typo on
Thank
that
you.
resolution in the report.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I
Thank
just
you.
have a question. It seems that we typically would support Prairie Sound Area Chamber of Commerce in a small way. By not indicating support here, did they not request a donation this year?
I'll refer that to.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, at their last Chamber of Commerce meeting, what it was discussed was that they weren't going to specifically ask the municipalities for a donation this year. They're actually sitting in a pretty good place in terms of their operating expenses and revenues. What they were hoping was that perhaps the municipalities would continue with the donation to go towards the programming and networking and other events, that they would put the money towards events specifically for supporting businesses as opposed to using the money that we would normally donate towards their operating costs. So I don't know if it needs to be the full amount that we normally would give them, but I had that one earmarked as well, that I thought we should still give them something, because they are going to be using it specifically for support for local businesses. And I think it's really important, especially this year with all the COVID-related expenses and confusion, that the businesses can use this support.
So, can I ask what would be the amount that we've normally given in the past?
Well, it shows 2020.
Last year.
Yeah.
$845 last year.
$845.
Yeah.
So, are you, Councillor Gorham Matthews, are you proposing to add an amount to this list?
I was.
What would the amount be?
I was thinking 500, even if we didn't do the full 845, 500 would at least support them and show that the municipality recognizes the work that the Chamber of Commerce does.
I would
Okay,
second that, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know that we can't replace it with, I mean, as I recall, the Rotary Club of Parry Sound, I may have this wrong, came to us a year or two ago, and they were having a big ball tournament, and which they obviously didn't have last year, and I doubt they're having a ball tournament this year, if that's the case. And, you know, my immediate reaction is, why are we sending money to the Rotary Club of Parry Sound? I'd rather go to the Lions Club of Dunchurch, you know, to spend in our own community. It just doesn't, you know, am I right on the ball tournament?
Yes, that's what it went for the last couple of years. It was supposed to go towards their race tournament.
Well, they're not having a ball tournament this year given COVID, nor did they have it last year. So I don't know why we keep sending $500 to them. Maybe we send it to the Chamber of Commerce instead of the Rotary Club of Parry Sound.
Mr. Mayor, I believe
They must, however, have
the
asked
Rotary
for it.
Club of Parry Sound and area. I'm just wondering if Pat Allen is on the line still. We haven't lost her yet.
No, I'm still here.
Oh,
I
Pat.
did get her an opportunity.
Did the Rotary Club indicate what they needed the money for?
Just said 500 or more. Well-off customers of the grocery project. They have a grocery project going on. Donations, fundraisers, lost contributions, lost donations. That's about it. They have receive groceries, meals, and food support. I guess that's what their fundraising activities are for this year.
Some of you may not be aware, but the Rotary Club had a program with Sobeys that they provided some assistance to people, as I understand it, in getting groceries and that kind of thing. People who are in need. So I would argue that they didn't do the ball tournament, but they did do. They have been active on in COVID relief activities, which I'm sure are costing them money. So
that is correct. They don't. It talks about raising groceries and meals and food support.
And some of it did in fact come to residents of Whitestone. Perhaps Chief Whitman can comment on that because he was involved, I think, in some of the distribution, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we have delivered food for the Rotary Club out to ratepayers in the municipality for sure.
Mr. Mayor, if I can comment too on the initiative they had for the food outreach with Sobeys and I believe it was Home Depot or someplace, but there was a quarantine, and I know one in particular at Magneto First Nations where the whole First Nation was quarantined for 2 or 3 weeks. So the Rotary Club, they put together the program and supplied the goods to keep these people quarantined on the reserve. So they've done some fairly costly ventures.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments about this list? So what I have, the amendment that's been proposed is to add $500 for the Chamber of Commerce, which would bring the amount up to $6,840. Can I ask our treasurer, what was the total amount last year that we had here?
We actually we budgeted $7,400. The actual was $7,516. But I just wanted to note that we moved the Conservation Association contribution from this line down to operating expense.
That was for which one?
That was a $1,105. That was a Conservation Association. So
okay. Sorry. Yes, I know what one you're talking about. Yes, that was the census monitoring.
Correct. Yeah. So we did pay.
Leaving the meeting.
In 2020, but I've moved it down to an operating expense, and so that's one of the big differences. And also, just to point out, the Ardbeg Community Club is asking for $3,000 this year due to lack of fundraising.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'll just one more time. We're at $6,840 at the moment. Does anybody have any further comments, or can we call the question? Okay, I will. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore-Matthews?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so where are we now? We are at 18. Which was the special council meeting relative to the Pool and Wellness Center, the proposed date, meeting parameters, and communication plan. And as most of you know, I had suggested that we look at a date around approximately March 25th, with a parameter where we would devote the first half of the meeting to comments from Whitestone ratepayers, limited to a certain time frame in order to allow for some reasonable number of people to speak, followed by a council meeting, followed by a discussion in which only councillors would be involved, and they would debate motions on the floor to determine our response to this particular project, Whitestone's response. So that was the proposal, and it was requested that we discuss it here tonight. And I guess we don't have a motion on the floor at the moment. But if you want something to consider, I suppose. Well, unless somebody wishes to make a motion, has a motion prepared. Otherwise, I suppose the motion that I gave to the councillors would or the parameters that I set out as a suggestion to councillors would be the starting point, and we could discuss that.
Mr. Mayor, I would move as a starting point your proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Gorham Matthews moves. Councillor McEwen moved. I'm ticking off the wrong boxes here. Okay. So what is being moved is the proposed framework for the meeting that I presented to council. And again, in summary, it has really only three elements. It has pick a date. The suggestion was Thursday, March the 24th. Nobody said that wasn't a good date, but we can discuss that aspect of it. The other aspect would be how do you want to divide up the time? Who gets to speak for how long, and how much time do we leave for council to make its for councillors who wouldn't be limited to their time, as I see it, to debate the issue. Who wants to start?
I'll start. Councillor Lamb.
Go ahead.
I don't care what date it is. If that's 9 days from now, I guess. So as long as we can get a proper communication plan together for that evening, I would suggest that the communication plan be that we, of course, put it on our website and Facebook and everything else that we have as a municipality. I also know that everyone that wrote into council, or at least sent their yes or no to Pool at Whitestone, received a response. So I would want all those people to be notified by email. It should be fairly easy that the meeting would be whatever, March the 24th, if that's what we arrive at, and outline what we're going to, the format and what's going to be done. So that the people that responded would be notified, and I think that's easy enough. I have a list, by the way, of all the people that sent an email to me or to council. I have their email addresses that I could supply to the municipality. In terms of the format, I think, Mr. Mayor, you had suggested that an hour and a half firm in terms of input take place. I'm not sure I'm convinced that an hour and a half firm is either needed, or I don't know that the firm idea is correct. and you seem to indicate that everyone would get 2 minutes, and that would allow 45 comments. Well, I guess in my mind, this is such an important issue in terms of sending a lot of money to Parry Sound and supporting or not supporting this, that I think people need to have the ability to ask questions, not just say, I'm against it or I'm for it, move on to the next person. I think they rightfully, as citizens, should have the ability to say, I have this question, I have that question, and I think that council should be in a position to voice their opinion back or comments back as we normally would in any kind of public meeting. So I don't see it as just comments. I see us as, again, being able to answer questions, and I don't think that you should be the only one to answer questions. I think if other councillors want to answer a question that's on the floor, I think they should have the ability to do so. So, at the end, when councillors then go to, debate, I think we do have to debate whether we're going to support this or not. But I think your suggestion, if I read it right, was that would simply, be put as a motion that we, do we support sending something to Parry Sound or not? And then that the meeting, I read it, and may be wrong, that the meeting sort of concludes. I think the citizens and the ratepayers of Whitestone want a conclusion on this thing. And I think they want beyond just, are we going to contribute? They want to know what we're going to contribute. And so I think we have to have parameters around, are we going to support the capital project? And if so, are we going to give $527,000 or what? 500 or 600 or 200 or nothing, right? I think they need to also then say, are we going to support an ongoing cost of deficits? And if so, what are we going to give? And are we going to cap it or are we not going to cap it? And I think those are issues that we need to address. The final issue is, and it's important, very important, at least to me, is are we going to enter into a joint services agreement in Parry Sound? We need to make that decision. So I think all those decisions need to be made to put this thing to rest that night, one way or the other. Now we can clean it up later if we decide that we are going to contribute and other information is yet to come in. But that's my feeling on the whole thing, and I think that's the way it should work. And I think if it takes an hour and 45 minutes for people to ask questions, that's fine. We've got 3.5 hours. We extended it tonight, and we can extend it then. And I think people need to have their say, and I think we need to debate fully. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification, for the most part, I don't disagree with anything that you said. My proposal was that there would be a council would have specific motions on the floor in front of them as a starting point for discussion, which would say this is what we have to start with something. This is what we propose to do for each of those items that you mentioned, with specific amounts and conditions that might be placed on them and various other things. And then that would be hopefully part of the material that's available for people to see at the start of the meeting. I guess my only concern was that if we sort of mix up the two things, and I don't have a problem with answering people's questions, believe me. I just think if folks ask questions and then we say then each councillor wants to answer the question. By the time we finish doing that, there might be people. My only concern was there might be people left over who say, "Well, I wanted to say something, and I didn't get a chance because we ran out of time." And I was trying to make sure that we didn't run out of time for the councillors to debate the motions that were on the floor. But there's lots of I don't know. I think what do other councillors think about this?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just when it comes to what you just said right there, would it make sense maybe then, if we're expecting this much discussion, to have two meetings? One for public input, questions and answers to all of us, and then another one for the councillors just to debate, where the public couldn't ask questions? That way we would have more than enough time?
Well, that's a thought, I guess. What do others think?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll weigh in a little bit. I don't disagree with what Councillor Lamb has said in principle on pretty much any of it. I think we have to set in motion some specific, or set a specific motion in place leading up to when we get into discussion as councillors. And then I do agree with giving a certain amount of time to interact with the public. It's a chance that some of us will have for kind of the first time, because I don't do my canvassing and politicking on Facebook and chat lines and all that kind of stuff. So I look forward to talking to people and hearing some of the questions. I've heard lots of them on the phone when they call me directly. My line's always open. But I'd like to see us position ourselves in such a way that, as Councillor Lamb mentioned, we could have a memorandum or some method of legally capping the capital and protecting against future operating cost overruns as an item. All municipalities have to buy in, or it's a dead deal. We can only support if everybody's in, and our percentage doesn't change in the process. Grant money is totally, again, a very important item. So if things like that are not in, I'll be the first one to tell people I can't go for this program. I know I've been earmarked as totally for this program. Well, I certainly support the program if it's reasonable financially, economically, socially, and all of the above. So anyway, I like the idea of a little bit more time, if it means interacting time with those ratepayers. I don't know how to set the time on it, an hour and a half to give people a couple minutes or a minute each. I don't know how much time they need. You can present quite a bit of information just by a 2-minute presentation. Do we need another hour and cut it off after that point? I think we need a cutoff point as an interaction session, which could get out of hand if, hopefully it won't. I think it can be controlled, but I think we have to have an upset limit in terms of whether it's 45 minutes or 1 hour of interaction and discussion with our ratepayers. I'm not sure if I want to see a second meeting. I think we should be able to handle this in one sitting. Maybe we get to a point that we just can't handle it in one sitting. But I think I'd like to see us attempt to maybe allow councillors an hour to do an exchange if we need it at that point. Maybe our exchange can be mostly with our ratepayers as we're going along through the evening. So anyway, that's my take on it. The time, the whole evening, March 25th, I believe was the date. That would be fine by me. So anyway, take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Gorham-Matthews.
Yeah, so that date's good for me. Yeah, and I agree with all of Councillor Lamb's suggestions with regards to communicating the meeting plan, and we could put it on our signboards as well at the municipal office and on the bunny trail as well. I'm not sure, I'd like to see us get it all done in one meeting. I'm not sure it's practical. I kind of agree a bit with Councillor Woods that by the time everyone gets through asking questions and answering them. You know, I think it's going to be a great dialogue. I'm not sure we can get it all done in one night. You know, we haven't actually had any opportunity for council to discuss it. You know, people have had bits and pieces here and there, but there's been no opportunity for any type of robust discussion. So that would be my concern, is that if we spend an extraordinary amount of time with doing the question and answer portion, that we don't have enough time to actually discuss it among council. But, you know, I think we could try to get it in one night, but I'm not sure we can.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm just making notes here, but go ahead. Yes?
Sorry, I keep putting silent mode on and on. I think there's an answer to this. Anyway, I thought it was the 24th, but what are we talking about, the 24th or the 25th?
Well, I suggested the Thursday, but no, for no particular reason.
Okay.
There's nothing magic about that, and if you said you wanted to have it the following Monday or something, it's not. I'm not hung up on the date. It's just to make sure that all of us are available.
Sure.
Yeah.
So why don't we pick a date where we advertise it, if that's the 24th. I don't have a calendar in front of me. I'm on my phone here. But we put in the notice that people are going to get their opportunity to say what they want and to ask questions that they want on whatever, the 24th. And then council, if time is allowing, will debate and make decisions with respect to the pool. And if need be, it will carry on the very next night. I personally don't think we'll need to do that. But if we call the meeting and we at least inform people of that, then we don't have to, you know, at the end of the meeting say, well, we haven't decided, let's set another date. So there could be 2 nights. I think it'll be completed in one night. I can't see us going more than 3.5 hours with questions and answering questions and making a decision with respect to this. But if it is, then just tell them we carry on the next night, whatever that is. And then we don't have to go back and set new meetings or anything like that, and we're good to go the next evening.
Okay, I hear your suggestion. I guess I still have a question, which is, it seems to me that we do have to provide some limit to how long, not councilors, but how long, ratepayers can speak, so that we don't have, people coming and saying, well, I'm going to go for 10 minutes. So otherwise it's impossible to chair the meeting. I mean, the thing is, if you let somebody might be saying some very interesting or might be having some very good questions, but if they go on and on, then the next person, you can't cut them off, right? If you don't cut the first person off at a certain point, you can't cut anybody else off, right? And that's I guess, look, it's not, I'm not hung up about this. I mean, it's not that I think that it's necessary to accommodate 100 people or whatever, but, it's hard to anticipate how much, especially with all the advertising, it's impossible to anticipate how many people are actually going to be on the call. That's the thing.
Mr. Mayor,
I think 2 minutes is good.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. Who's got the floor?
Give it to Beth.
Well, I was just going to make a comment that I thought 2 minutes was probably sufficient. I would think most people would have their questions wrote down already before they would call in, so it should be fairly concise what people want to say, and 2 minutes should be plenty of time. And at least people know what to expect if we advertise an actual number.
And Mr. Mayor, I would hope 2 minutes will do it. Like, if we hear the same thing multiple times, then I would hope people won't do that. I'm really hoping for some new, or, you know, whether positive or negative, some new concepts and ideas. And I would hope we don't interact with them while they're doing their presentation portion.
Right.
I'd like to see that a rule that we do not interact with them. We let them do their presentation. We can take our notes, and then we'll be following that they would, you know, record a message or a question to individual or all of council.
So do you, I guess the question then I would ask is, do you think there should be like a committee of the whole where there are no motions on the floor to start with and people just say what they want? Or do you think that the motion should be presented, it should be like a regular council meeting, but just with the public permitted to comment and ask questions, and we put the motions on the floor at the outset and councilors can debate. I mean, I guess really the question I'm asking is whether Councillor Lamb has argued that we don't need to separate the council discusussion from the public discussion. And maybe he's right. Maybe that's better. I'm not hung up about it at all. I just want to get clarity that which way we're going to do it, you know, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah?
I think we could do a committee of the whole. You know, let's not make boogeymen here, okay? I think, you know, generally speaking, the rules are that you know, if someone asks a question and the mayor and councilors answer it, whoever, not every councilor is going to ask or answer any question. You know, once it's been asked, the next person can't get up and ask the same question. It's been answered. So, you know, I think that general kind of rule, you know, should apply. But I don't see this as a big thing. I don't think you're going to get 50 people wanting to ask questions. I think a lot of people are going to want to listen, and those that want to speak can speak. And you know, as I say, I don't see it as a huge thing. I mean, it is a huge thing in our community, but, you know, again, it's like everything. You have 50 people on a call and only 5 or 10 make questions. You know, I wouldn't put it to a 2-minute rule if someone wants to go 3 minutes, but obviously someone can't go 10 minutes, right, with a presentation. So, you know, I'm sort of easy about it, right, but I don't want to make too many rules that restrict our ratepayers. I don't think anyone on council does. This is a big decision, and it's got a lot of interest in the community, and we need to have taxpayers have their say. So, you know, I would do it as a committee of the whole. I think it can be done in a night. I think once we come out of committee of the whole, that's when council debates it without input from ratepayers, and we make the various decisions, and we slop into a second night if we need to, but I don't think we should have to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this would be a question here. It would be for ratepayers only. Is that correct?
Well, that was the next question I was going to ask. I assume that it is. First of all, I assume that there are. Let's get one thing straight. I'm assuming that there are no delegations at this meeting, so we're not going to give anybody special time to present stuff. Anybody have a problem with that?
Well, the only comment I'll make is poor old Mr. Plum is never going to get to present 300 hours worth of work to us, but I guess that's a decision of council. But you know, we've prevented him from doing it this at this meeting, so I guess he can do it, I don't know, after we make the decisions. I think that's terribly unfair, but that's just a comment, so thank you.
Well,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say that it's not work that hasn't gone unrecognized, because we did receive his presentation PowerPoint, so we've all had an opportunity to read it. It's just not appropriate to be at our special meeting. He's not a ratepayer.
Again, I'm not sure that you can have a public meeting under the Municipal Act and say only ratepayers can say something. If Sarah Cook, the reporter, wanted to ask a question, she's not going to be allowed to because she doesn't live in Whitestone. I'm not sure that's even legal in a public meeting.
Well, okay, so hang on. I'm not. I was asking about delegations, which is a special treatment for somebody to come and present something. And my argument would simply be that if you allow him to do that, then of course you can't stop other people from doing it. And so we could have a lineup of people who want to come and give more informed, not maybe more informed, but more lengthy discourses to council. And then the ratepayers that have questions to ask their time's going to be enough with that sort of thing. So if Robin Plummer or Sarah Cook want to ask a question in the 2 minutes that they're allotted, I'm not so much concerned about that. It saves us having to figure out who's the ratepayer and who isn't, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, has anyone else asked to give information at a meeting to do with the pool committee yet, as of date? Like officially filled out paperwork?
No, but there would be if we permitted it. So I honestly think we have to draw the line at the delegations.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind that, but I don't think you can draw the line, as you said, by saying no one outside of the municipality can have 2 or 3 minutes to say whatever they want, for or against it. So, I don't think there's going to be very many people outside of Whitestone asking questions.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Mayor, I really disagree with people from outside the municipality coming in. I could see if they want to set it up properly in advance and come to council, if council's interested in seeing them as a delegation at a council meeting, not trying to do it a couple hours or a day ahead on a specific agenda, but get lots of lead time. That's what's happened this time with Mr. Plum, unfortunately. If he set it up a month ago, maybe we could have accommodated him, but his own municipality doesn't accommodate him over there. So I still think it should be ratepayers only, if that is a doable thing, if we could check that out. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I say something there?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that Mr. Plum didn't just wait till the day before to try and make a delegation. He had ample notice given.
Well, okay, but you also have to take into consideration that he has offered his opinions to everybody who will listen for quite some time. He circularized virtually all of the municipalities in West Parry Sound with previous materials. He has called many councillors and many mayors and the chair of the WCPC and various other people and asked to present and said what's on his mind. So I kind of don't think that he's again, there are other people who have spent quite a bit of time on this and have opinions, some of which don't don't align with his. And I think if the purpose of all of this ultimately is to inform a council decision, I'm not sure that you can, that it's reasonable to give up one person who happens to have really very strong opinions, not a whole lot of, not any more information than anybody else, and say, sorry, we're not going to let anybody else do it. So then we have to ask ourselves the question: if other people come along, as I predict they will, then the others, the reason they haven't come along is because they understood that was not the process we were following. But if they see that somebody else is being permitted to do it, then they're going to want to do it. And if we're going to make a decision at the end of the cycle, I just don't think that there's enough time for us to, have parades of people who are self-declared expert witnesses or whatever want to inform us about various things. We've got probably as much useful information as we're going to get.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I think Mr. Plum, and we can stop this thing. I know Mr. Plum's study, and I can talk to it, so it's not a big problem when we get into council talking about it. But to say that he's not an informed person, he is a very informed person, is my opinion. And the second thing I'd like to do is make a correction to what Councillor McEwen said, that he wasn't even allowed to delegate in his own municipality. That is absolutely untrue. He delegated in Carling and he delegated, and they extended the time and listened to him for a long time. So that's not true that he wasn't able to delegate in Carling. Thank you.
Yeah, the only difference is they're not making a decision in the near term. So they had the luxury of time, and he makes delegations he's a ratepayer there, and he makes delegations to their council frequently, according to my.
But the statement was he wasn't allowed. The statement was.
No, I know, he was.
That's what I was correcting.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
All
right, so
I stand corrected.
So let's can we summarize this in, because we got a few other things here. What I've written down is as follows. Council agrees to hold a special meeting of council on okay, so you're suggesting that it might go for a second day, or we might pick it up later. But you're not suggesting that we continue the whole process for 2 days. So if there is a continuance, there would be no more than one night devoted to input from ratepayers and questions from ratepayers. After that, the council would debate the matter and make a decision. So in theory, I suppose we could make the decision on, say, the 29th or whenever we were talking about having the next meeting. Is that correct, or do you think it's important to do it on the Wednesday, and if the council can't finish its debate, then it would have to be on the Thursday? Is that?
I think we leave that open. I seriously think I would think we're going to wrap it up in a night. But I'd hate to get that we didn't and then say, oh, we've got to have another special meeting a week from now, right? If we notify them that it might go the next night, then we have the ability to do that depending on the meeting. But I don't think we will. I think everyone thinks we can wrap this up in a night, but who knows?
I agree, Councillor Lamb. I think we could. I hope we can.
Well, so
leaving the meeting.
If we have one on March 20th, if we have one on March 25th, we don't want to go in the following night on a Friday night. I don't think. I'm assuming you're not thrilled about that. So, would you rather do Wednesday the 24th, or would you rather say, okay, Thursday, March 25th, and if it has to continue, it'll continue on the 29th?
Yeah, that's okay.
I like that option.
All right, Thursday.
Fairer, yeah.
the following, so continuation, all right. I'm sorry, I'm just making notes here, and now I can try and read it back to you. On March 29th is a Monday, am I right?
We've got a meeting that night, right?
Yeah, we got one anyway, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna check my calendar, but yeah, it's 20, all right, so March 29th. All right, so here's what I got. The Council of Municipality of Whitestone agrees to hold a special meeting of Council on Thursday, March 25th, with the following terms. Continuation on March 29th, if necessary.
If necessary, yeah.
Okay. Respondents to be notified by email. Ratepayers would be permitted to ask questions and councilors to respond. During committee of the whole. No delegations, 2 minutes each, each ratepayer. And I guess that's it.
I'm not sure the 2-minute thing is sorry. And anyway, I don't think it's gonna end. Someone goes 2.5 or 3 minutes. You don't want to cut them off if they have several questions.
Well, do you want to make it? Do you want to make it 3 minutes? I don't. I'm
sure,
okay.
Sure. I think 3 minutes is. Some people can't say anything in 2 minutes.
Could I get a little clarity on if a person speaks for 2 minutes, are we going into a question answer with them immediately so we can answer their question? Is that the objective?
10:20.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion on that?
If you do, you don't write them all down and then try at the end to answer them all. Like I think it's got to be to decorum and I think it'll be a fine. It'll be a good meeting, I think, right? And someone asks a question, the mayor can try to answer it, and we'll go on to the next person. If someone else has something to add, they can being on council, they can add just like we do in a normal committee of the whole. So I don't see this as a huge issue. The rest of it, as long as there's an adequate communication plan, which is not only email but putting it on our website and Twitter or whatever else we do, right? So that people will know the meetings occurring. But we've got to come up with a good. The people who responded need to get an email back.
So if I could, if we gave them 2 minutes to address and then a minute to ask questions,
that's
getting
fine.
into three minutes a person, and that could be the question could be directed hopefully to an individual and not do a round table thing with all council. Like that could take 10 minutes. So hopefully.
Well, I guess it's the I don't know. The problem is if somebody asks a question and one of us answers and somebody else doesn't like that answer, doesn't agree with that answer, or thinks that there's something else that should be mentioned, then they're going to want to chime in. And I'm not sure that. I mean, if we do it that way, it will reduce the. It certainly will reduce the amount of time that is necessary for the discussion afterwards, because it'll become apparent, it seems to me, if there are fundamental issues of disagreement amongst the councilors, that will become apparent as before the end of the first session anyway, and by the end of the committee of the whole. So I don't know.
Well, it can't just be you, Mr. Mayor, answering the questions. And you know what? 9, maybe 8 out of 10 questions will be fine. You answer it and we just go on to the next one. But you can't say to your council members, you guys be numb for this hour and a half or 2 hours. I, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to answer the questions. You guys can't say anything. I wasn't suggesting that, Councilor Lamb. I was going to be numb too, and under my original proposal, I was going to just let them speak or ask, and I was going to take notes if they asked questions. But anyway, we're taking too much time just to decide what the format is.
Well,
I think it's important. It's important though. If we have someone speak and they have a question, I don't think we should turn that into multiple questions and discussion with that person. I think it should be like a time-sensitive thing and pointed to a certain individual. It doesn't have to be the mayor for sure. It could be whoever they want to throw an arrow at.
We answer their question, and then we move on to the next person. We don't get into a debate of the question that hasn't been asked. Someone asks, a question, we answer it. But if the mayor answers, you, or Councilor McEwen, may want to say, about that, and add 20 seconds. Next person. It needs to be fluid. We can't, I don't see this as a big problem.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. One more thing that I want to add to the list, and then I'll read it back to you one more time, and we'll move on. I feel I have to insist that this has to be a video conference. You saw tonight, there are people who insist on making, there were 2 inappropriate comments made over top by people who should have had their microphones muted, and we only had a couple of extra people on the call, and there was a constant, somebody was constantly shuffling papers in the background. And when there is a Zoom call, the host can see who it is that's doing that and can mute them. But when it's not if you get more than 10 or a dozen people or something, with an audio only call, it's just impossible to figure out who's actually doing it. And as you saw, I asked repeatedly for them to stop, and they either don't realize they're doing it, or they have contempt for the chair, and or deliberately doing it. I don't know, but we have to have.
That's fine, but it'll be a Zoom call, and if people want to call in and not be, on the screen or whatever, they can do that as long as they're able to call in.
No, they can call in, and we'll make sure they know how to do that, and they can participate, even if they don't have a computer, right?
You can't have Dan Dolliver coming in and out 25 times.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. So again, here's what we agreed to: hold a special meeting of council Thursday, March 25th, with the following terms. Continue, and with continuation on Monday, March 29th, if not necessary. So, first one was we will notify respondents by email and otherwise publicize fully with our website and other means. Ratepayers can ask questions, and councilors will be permitted to respond during committee of the whole. No delegations. 3 minutes maximum each ratepayer. And motions will be presented as a starting point for the council deliberation in a regular session, and then it'll be a Zoom call. So those are the things I have. The motion was moved by Councillor McEwen and seconded by Councillor Gorham Matthews. well, they moved to what my original starting point was. This is a bit different. Are you okay to continue as the mover and seconder, or do you want me to change you?
No, I'm fine if the rest of council is agreeable.
I'm good.
All right. Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
I will do that. Just find my notes here. Here we go. Okay, Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's carried. Thank you, and thank you everybody for your perseverance. We're getting there. Next item, 18.2, was a matter that Councillor Lamb had raised regarding the Ontario Energy Board decision. And there is some background information about that. I think everybody understands what's going on. What would you like to do about this?
I'm just,
Chuckle Rose.
I'm not sure, so I won't take up any time. I just have read a lot about energy going up, and I'm not sure I necessarily understand all the ins and outs. I do know we have a lot of seasonal people, but I don't know how many within our municipality are on a seasonal rate. And what Hydro is doing, I guess, is increasing substantially their electricity rate. So, but I don't need to talk on it. I don't think there's anything we're going to do to have Hydro change their mind. So I'll withdraw 18.2. Thank you.
Okay.
Unless there's something we should be doing, right? I don't know.
Well, some ratepayers, and again, it depends who's on the seasonal rate class and who isn't. Without getting into all the gory details, but the concept behind this was that people who are only here for a couple of months would not have to pay the fixed charges, the delivery charge portion of the charge for the time that they weren't here, and so Ontario Hydro pushed back and said, wait a minute, or Hydro One pushed back and said, you know what, even though they're not here and they're not using a lot of electricity, we still have to keep them connected, and so we still have these fixed costs, and so eventually the Ontario Energy Board said, yeah, okay, we're going to eliminate that rate class. That will cause a certain number of people who are on that seasonal rate class to have rate increases of potentially 25, 30% in a year.
Leaving the meeting.
Doug Hickey. So I guess the question is now, maybe if you haven't been here, it depends how long you've been around, whether you would be on the seasonal rate class. But there are lots of people who are on it who end up getting a lower. The fixed portion of their rate is lower. You pay the same amount for the electricity. You don't pay the same sort of connect charge, if you will. So I don't know. The FOCO has been fighting this for a long time. The Ontario Energy Board is. By the way, what's going on right now? It's open for public comment, but they're holding a hearing to determine whether Hydro One is allowed to phase in the increase, or they have to ding these people that are affected with the rate increase. Some of them won't be affected, but some others will get their hydro bill for the year could go up $1,000.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thanks to Councillor Lamb. He provided us with a wealth of information, and it's quite an updated version that gives history in the whole kicker. Plus, there's a chart there that shows where you would sit, whether you're low, medium, or high density. And I'm hoping, like back in his neck of the woods here, he's in high density, medium density at least. But if you're not, those are the ones, unfortunately, that will almost standalones out in little pockets and lakes and subdivisions are going to get nailed the most. But it's come a long way around from when we first started hearing about this back in I don't know, probably about 10 years ago, probably, but most notably about 5 years ago, when it was looking like Hydro was going to make all the rates the same and all that kind of thing. But it's really gone beyond that. So the OMB has stuck to their guns on changing the seasonal class. So
Got their mic on.
not much we can do.
Okay, well, if there's no resolution, I'm not going to prolong the matter. I thought maybe you would want to write to the government and say they should, but they should stay the decision or something. But the decision to abolish the rate class has already been made. We have no. So anyway, I'm going one last. There's no motion. Am I?
No motion.
All right. Thank you. Well, I don't want to prolong this, as I said. Okay, next one is we have a situation where our representative to the Board of Health, that is the North Bay Parry Sound Board of Health, Public Health, and that was a chap by the name of Don Brisbane. Some of you will know him from McKellar. He resigned, and he resigned, by the way, because he was kind of stressed out because back when the OFSC trails were closed, some OFSC people were going to picket his house in McDougall, and anyway, they canceled that. Dr. Chirico canceled that order, and so the thing got postponed and whatever. But he's a little unhappy about all that. So what has happened is that. The suggestion was that Jamie McGarvey, who is the mayor of Parry Sound, be his replacement. And I think Parry Sound and McDougall have passed that as a motion, but all of us, he represents everybody in West Parry Sound. So all the West Parry Sound municipalities have to either agree that he be our representative, or they have to on the board, or we have to promote somebody else. So that's where we're at with this particular one. So you can see the motion. Whereas Don Brisbane was appointed to represent the town of Parry Sound, the township of Archipelago. The town of Parry Sound, the township of the Archipelago, the township of Carling, township of Seguin, the municipality of McDougall, township of McKellar, and the municipality of Whitestone on the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit Board. And whereas Mr. Brisbane has resigned from his position, now therefore be it resolved that the municipality of Whitestone supports the appointment of Parry Sound Mayor Jamie McGarvey as representative on the North Bay Parry Sound Health Unit Board for the remainder of the term of council. And I would add to that if we agree with this, I would send a letter to Don Brisbane thanking him for his service. But anyway, that's the motion. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move that.
Councillor Gorham Matthews, seconded by Councillor Lamb, that was?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Joining the meeting.
Okay, Councillor McEwen is back. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to, I know what happened. We have a motion on the floor to appoint Jamie McGarvey to replace Don Brisbane on the Health Unit Board of Directors, which has been approved by 2 municipalities already, but that's all,
okay.
I think.
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
So is anyone opposed to this motion?
Leaving the meeting.
All right.
Lauren King.
All right. Before somebody else presses the stop button here. So 18.4, the proposal is, I'll read it to you, that the Council of Municipality of Whitestone supports the creation of an ad hoc committee to review and update bylaw 20-2014, being a bylaw for the licensing, regulating, and governing of rental units. and that the following representatives sit on this committee. And it even has some names, and they are Councillor Joe McEwen, Bylaw Enforcement Officer Paul Rossiter, Paula Macri, Planning Assistant. Would somebody like to move that?
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Okay,
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Gorham Matthews. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, Mr.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to sit on that committee along with Councillor McEwen.
Okay. Yes, you mentioned that. No?
Yeah, I had mentioned updating this, and I had sat on, there wasn't a committee, but I went through all the good, bad, and other things when this rental thing came in, and so I think I have, a lot to add on it, so I'd like to be on it also. Thank you.
Well, I'd welcome you, Councillor Lamb. I think Misery could use some company on this one. Thank you.
Well, okay. I believe that's that's okay. That doesn't cause a problem for us, does it, Madam Clerk?
No, not at all. I can. The reason I initially put Councillor McEwen on because it was at his request that this item go in unfinished business. So this is going to be a difficult one. So I would say the more the merrier.
All right. So I have added your name. Is there any any other discussion? Anybody opposed to this motion? Okay, it's carried. And I got one more. This one, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the creation of an ad hoc committee to review and update bylaw 42-2005, being a bylaw for the regulating of dogs. And that the following representatives sit on, yes.
Sorry.
And that the following representatives sit on this committee. Councillor Joe Lamb, Bylaw Enforcement Officer Paul Rossiter, Judith Mines, Deputy Clerk. Somebody want to move that?
Mr. Mayor, before it's moved, the only question I ever had on this thing was that there's no leash bylaw, or dogs can go up and down a road off leash. And I thought, and other people who called me thought they should be on leash. And that's the only thing. So I don't think we need a committee for that. Someone needs to come forward with a report, and we'll add it to the bylaw. That's the only issue I have with respect to this. And so I don't know whether we need a committee for it, I guess.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, two things I could add. I placed Joe Lamb's name on this because, as he mentioned, he was concerned about one of the items in the bylaw. That said, it is a 205 bylaw, so it's worthy of not only looking at the whole leash issue, but some of the other components of the bylaw to make sure it's modern compared to other dog-related bylaws, and there aren't pieces missing or set fines shouldn't be included. So that's just in addition to what Councillor Lamb said. We should probably look at all these types of bylaws every 5 years, and this one is old enough that it needs to be reviewed thoroughly.
Mr.
Go ahead. Who's that,
Councillor
Wood?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could I be put on that committee also?
Well, I guess my first, I don't see any reason why not. I'll put your name down. I'm just wondering, is Councillor Lamb saying he doesn't really want to participate? Is that?
If Councillor Woods wants to be on, God love him, I'll come on.
Well, I'm not trying to get you off. I just wanted
to,
maybe from your comment you didn't want to be on it. Is that? Do you want to stay or?
The only issue I have with respect to it is the leash thing. But
okay.
If you want two councillors on it, I'll be glad to be on it. I just, I'll take
all right.
the lead.
Well, Okay, I'll leave your name on there. And I'm still looking though for a mover and seconder, if I may.
I'll move.
Councilor
McEwen.
Okay, Councillor McEwen moved and Councillor Gorham Matthews seconded. As I heard it. Anybody opposed to this creation of this committee?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment, if I could, since I moved it. When we're setting up an ad hoc committee for a review of a bylaw, could we receive
Leaving the
a
meeting.
preliminary kind of
Kathy
review
Lamb.
from staff to kick this off? I guess the committee can ask for that when the time comes anyway. Just to let us establish some parameters and look at
I'm sure that that's the case. I'm sure our CIO would be, happy to try to assemble the background material. I was also going to say one more thing about both of these, to be honest with you, is that I think what we really have to do, each committee has to do fairly carefully, is make sure that we define the problem that we're trying to solve. Let's make sure that we understand if we're, when we say, well, we want to change something, sure that we understand exactly what the objective of it is. Because anyway, but I think background material can be assembled because there has been discussion about this. I can recall previous council meetings since the dog bylaw, for example, where this whole discussion about leashing and so on came up, and I remember Paul Rossiter talking about it. Said I'd have to go dig it all out. I don't remember what was said. I just had to go and look it up. We can certainly do that.
Yeah. Well, a review is all we're doing, really. Ultimately, hopefully, we don't reinvent the wheels totally on any of these things.
Yeah.
But anyways, thank you.
Okay. All right. So next one is 18.6. Is the transportation needs study. Whereas Sigmund Mayor Ann McDermott has requested support in regards to data collection for a transportation survey for West Parry Sound, now therefore be it resolved that Municipality Whitestone provide any feedback/comments on the proposed survey, allow for the use of the Whitestone logo on the survey to confirm the survey applies to all 7 West Parry Sound municipalities, publicize the online survey to the municipal website and social media, encouraging residents to complete it, and allow for the library and municipal office to accept completed hard copy surveys for return to the labor market group who are actually doing the survey. Can I get a mover and seconder for this, please?
I'll move.
Thank you. Brian, you spoke in support of this at one point, I think. Did you not? Or?
No, I bring it to everyone's attention because I thought it was something that would have got overlooked in correspondence. I just wanted to see everyone else's thoughts on it when I saw it. Okay.
Would you be willing to second the motion?
Sure.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I will declare the motion carried. I have got little reminders from Ann about this periodically saying, I hope you didn't forget about this. Okay, so the next thing that we have is correspondence. And folks, we have an absolute massive list of correspondence, which our clerk has divided up into chunks for us. A whole bunch having to do with the fire college, which we talked about earlier. Then a whole bunch of the same thing repeated in various forms related to the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit. And then several other items that relate to different things. Are there any on this particular list that you would like to, that you feel like talking about right now?
Not me.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything. So Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 5 and 6 of the March 15th, 2021 Council agenda, now therefore be it resolved that Council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion action, none. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Councillor Lamb. Seconded by?
I'll second, Councilor McEwen.
Thank you. And I'm assuming there's no dissension to that one. And that brings us to councillor items. No, I hear none. Questions from the public? I don't know if we have any public left, do we? Okay, I'm going to say none for that one. And
this is Ed Can.
I'm sorry, what? I can hear you now. Who's speaking?
Ed Can.
Oh, yes, thank you. Wait, you had a question?
I have a comment and a question. The first comment is regarding the Skylight satellite system. You are completely wrong. There are hundreds of satellites and they're all overhead. It's not one satellite, low horizon. Okay? The second thing
No, sorry, I didn't say there was one satellite. I didn't intend to imply that there was one satellite. There are many satellites. I know how the system works. Yes, go ahead.
No, you said there was one low horizon satellite. So.
No, I said there are satellites that can serve us where we are. Not all areas of the surface of the Earth are covered because they're still raising satellites. They're still putting them up. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are hundreds up there. We have that system installed, and it is 100 times better than what we had before. Anyway.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I've heard that from other people. Yes, go ahead.
I guess this whole question of funding, we're talking about, and I don't know anything about roads, but we're talking about there's a potential $11 million deficit of money that we need to fix our roads. And I've been here for 15 years, so I'm a long-term resident as far as I'm concerned. So when we're talking about $11 million and we're going to piss away, I beg your pardon, and we're going to spend $527,000 on a pool which has no financial benefit to us whatsoever, and on top of that, we're going to incur $100,000 a year for 10 years in operating deficits. And
sorry, I'm going to cut you off because you're wanting to get into the discussion that we've just spent time arranging a special meeting for. So some of your assumptions aren't quite correct, but that is a discussion for another evening, not for 10 to 11 on tonight. I'm sorry. It's not a question. So please save it until.
If you don't agree with something, you cut them off. I am not a detractor. I am a ratepayer. Thank you.
Leaving the meeting.
Folks,
Ed and Carol Can.
All right. So, where were we? We have confirming bylaws next. Who would like to move that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Gorham Matthews.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. Any objection? Any discussion? All right. Adjournment.
I'll move, Councilor McEwen.
Looks like about 10:52. Moved by Councillor McEwen, seconded by.
A second, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. And with that,
Leaving the
folks,
meeting.
we are adjourned. Get some sleep. Have a good evening. What's left of it.
Thank you.
Leaving the
Thank
meeting.
you all.
Night, Councillor Woods.
Leaving the meeting.
Fire Chief Bob.
Leaving the meeting.
Judith Nate.
Leaving the meeting.
Councillor Lamb.
Leaving the meeting. Leaving the meeting.
Dawn.
Leaving the meeting.
Councillor Gordon Matthews.
Leaving the meeting. Leaving the meeting.
Patricia Allen.
Leaving the meeting.
Mary.
Leaving the meeting.
Joe Lepion.
Leaving the meeting.
Michelle Hendry.